with Professor Amos Giora over the past year to put this symposium on. The symposium is based on Professor Giora's book, The Crime of Complicity, the Bystander in the Holocaust. And Professor Giora will be available throughout the day in between panels to sign his book if you're interested in getting a signed copy of his book. Today we are lucky to get to listen to an incredible panel of academics and professionals from all over the country discuss the bystander effect. This symposium today would not have been possible without a host of people. I'm going to hold off on thanking those individuals until the end of the last panel at 3 p.m., just so we can get started today. However, I would like to thank right now the litigation section of the Utah State Bar. They generously provided funds to help make today possible, so thank you. Today, the symposium is being streamed live and recorded. I want to just note that because topics that we are discussing today are by no means light, and the audience members will have opportunities to ask questions of our panel. Just be aware that any question you do ask will be streamed live and recorded. With that, I would like to introduce Associate Dean for Faculty Research and Development, Professor Reinhardt. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and good morning. On behalf of myself, Dean Bob Adler, the S.J. Quinney College of Law, and the University of Utah, we would like to warmly welcome you to our annual Utah Law Review Symposium, The Bystander Dilemma, the Holocaust, War Crimes, and Sexual Assaults. We'd like to especially welcome any representatives from the university, members of U.S. Congress and the Utah State Legislature, congressional staff members, any city and county officials, as well as all of our online viewers and our current present audience. Today's event will be a timely and exciting conversation about the opportunities of bystanders to take meaningful action to prevent horrific crimes and the social and political and psychological reasons why they might refrain. So this project grew out of Professor Giora's desire to honor the experience of his parents in the Holocaust, and so many others during the Holocaust, but as he unraveled the nature of the bystander's quandary in certain situations, he realized that this phenomena of the bystander's dilemma reached into many modern situations, including present-day war zones and even on college campuses. Professor Giora and the Utah Law Review staff, including Scott Phelan, our symposium editor, have worked tirelessly to put together this amazing slate of panels today featuring leading academics and professionals from so many disciplines that inform our understanding of the bystander in society. Professor Jeremy Waldron, whose work on political theory and dignity is internationally renowned, will deliver the keynote address. A thank you to all of our organizers and a warm welcome to all of you and our S.J. Quinney community. Please enjoy your day. First up, we have our panel on the bystander in the Holocaust, moderated by our very own Professor Jim Holbrook. So, Professor Holbrook.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. This is really exciting. And I strongly plug Amos's book. It's filled with stories that are fascinating and important. It's extremely readable, and it's very timely. Our first presenter is Professor Bob Goldberg from the University of Utah. Each of the presenters have written papers that are going to be published by the Law Review as a part of this symposium. And Bob's paper is called The Bystander During the Holocaust. Bob is not able to be here today, but he has videoed his presentation. And I think it's cued to start. So thank you. And longer bios of the three presenters are in your program.
The bookshelves and film racks are filled with the accounts of the Holocaust that focus on three representative figures. These are the victim, the perpetrator, and the selfless savior. The victims are the most numerous. Those who were killed, enslaved, and tortured totaled into the millions, with Jews, gypsies, homosexuals, political and religious activists, and the mentally and physically disabled marked as prime targets. In pursuit was the Nazi killing machine, Germans and their collaborators, which methodically organized men and women to annihilate whole communities. Comparatively, a handful of people, later anointed as the righteous among the nations, risked their lives to protect those in danger. Missing from these accounts is by far the largest number of people, the bystanders, who witnessed the Holocaust ravage Europe. Bystanders are defined by their choice. The bystanders, those who stood by, chose obedience, passivity to power and justice. These men and women walked a tightrope between collaboration and resistance, steadying themselves with claims of self-interest and survival. They raised no objection to the horrors that befell their neighbors. They swore their denial of events. Others would claim that the risk of resistance was too high. What could one man or woman do under the circumstances? Later, some would seek absolution by insisting they were merely following orders. They had become bystanders without will to morality. Their silence offers proof of John Stuart Mill's observation about the bystander. Bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing. Decisions about goodness, however, should be withheld. In my allotted time, I will keep an eye on the bystander while addressing the larger concern of responsibility. We cannot remain neutral about moral impact of inaction. Clearly, matters of guilt and responsibility must frame this discussion. Ethics must play into judgment. The verdict, however, is hardly obvious. Recall the career of Oskar Schindler, the most famous of the righteous Christians, who is credited with saving the lives of more than 1,000 Jews. He was an opportunistic German, a German industrialist and Nazi Party member whose factory served the war effort and employed slave laborers. How do we understand the Nazi Party member who secretly and repeatedly left a sandwich for teenager and concentration camp inmate Michael Schaefer? We never made eye contact or talked, remembered Schaefer. He came almost every day, gave me food. He saved my life. Identities of collaborator, resistor, and bystander, and even predator, can be ambiguous, malleable, and transitory. Impulse, pleading, and changing events influence the decision between the human instinct and the instinct for self-preservation. Discussion here helps us grasp not only a past event, but also our role as citizens today. Judging accountability is not an easy task, and the bystander rests at the heart of this. There is no question that predators and their accomplices are culpable, yet they are not alone in receiving censure. Others, including the victims, have been deemed responsible for their fate. Regarding bystanders, can those who took no action nevertheless be condemned collectively for deeds done in their name? Historians have staked out in detail the German path to genocide. From the nightmares of Adolf Hitler that Adolf Hitler outlined in Mein Kampf, to the plans formulated at the Wannsee Conference to propel the final solution, to the reality of extermination, the case presented convicts the predators of their crimes against humanity. Philosopher Hannah Arendt, among many others, has written on their collective guilt. Having participated in murder by intention and deed, the individual perpetrators are liable for their actions. Even a cog, Arendt wrote, can become a person again. At the same time, there is an implicit undercurrent that blames the victims for their fate. How could the Jews go to their death like sheep to slaughter? Inherent in this is a sense of shame that fuels backlash. It can be seen in the Never Again movement of extreme right-wing Jewish militants. Do Israelis unconsciously perceive themselves in contrast to the slaughtered 6 million? Toughness and strength and an unyielding defiance of their enemies counter stereotypes of Jewish weakness and appeasement. Such ideas ignore the psychological and physical reality of Nazi death-making. Oskar Singer, in the Lodz Ghetto in 1942, wrote of his disorientation caused by the quick transformation of life. Human beings, he said, have not known death like this. everything is upside down. The past offered Jews little guidance for defense. They'd experienced persecution, even death, in periodic, localized pogroms. Yet they had never encountered a modern and technologically advanced nation-state engaged in a determined, all-out effort to kill every man, woman, and child, erasing all traces of their existence. Shut into the overcrowded ghettos and cut off from the rest of the world, Jewish strength was decimated by starvation and disease. Nazi officials acted without warning. Senseless brutality defied economic sense in a war that demanded labor and support from the defeated. Throughout, the Nazis toyed with their prey and held out promises of resettlement and life. Deported as families, crammed into cattle cars for days, mothers and fathers rejected resistance to calm their children. Even into the gas chambers, a faint hope was kept alive. Now let us bring the bystander from the background to the foreground. What burden of history do the most important bystanders of World War II and the Holocaust play? President of the United States Franklin Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill rejected not only the deals to save endangered Jews, but even the diversion of Allied bombers to destroy the killing machines at Auschwitz. In 1944, Joseph Stalin deliberately halted the Soviet army's advance against the Germans less than a mile from the center of Warsaw. Despite having encouraged the Poles to rise up against their occupiers, the Russians stood down and by from summer into fall as nearly 250,000 civilians and resistance fighters lost their lives and Warsaw was razed to the ground. Pope Pius XII maintained what scholar Robert Graham called a significant silence during the war. The Pope was aware of Nazi atrocities against the Jews and the deportation of Jews to the death camps. He knew of Nazi violence against Jewish converts to Catholicism. While local Catholic clergy spoke out against the destruction of European Jewry, Vatican policy toward the Third Reich was opportunistic and avoided confrontation. And finally, where was God? The religious asked, why did the heavens not weep in this time of mass slaughter? Prayer brought no relief, only silence. Again, Hannah Arendt works provide valuable insight into judging the ordinary men and women who stood by and looked away. She argued that bystanders could not be found guilty of criminal acts that are the work of others. Guilt is a personal burden that separates the perpetrator from the group. Where all are guilty, she said. Nobody is. Still, bystanders watched as the synagogues burned, obeyed the signs that separated Jews from the Aryans, and formed the crowds as Nazi soldiers marched by. They must share a vicarious or collective responsibility, for they were part of a community that silently encouraged the predators and even sheltered them. The German people today have embraced that sense of collective responsibility. They have accepted the seamless case of genocide and its implications are part of the national soul. They have come to a full reckoning, determined to remember the difficult past and not repeat it. Perhaps the most remarkable symbol of national responsibility is the grassroots Stolpenstein, or Stumblestone Project. Begun in Germany in 1992, the goal is to remember the victims of the Holocaust individually. Cobblestone-sized concrete squares bearing a brass plate inscribed with the name and death dates of the victim are set in the sidewalk at the last place of residence before deportation. To date, more than 50,000 markers have been laid in 18 European countries. This is an ultimate and intimate reminder of the Holocaust. It recalls the taking of neighbors from their homes and their unjust deaths. It rebuilds the fabric of community. And explicit in this is the message that there are no innocent bystanders. Thank you. The bookshelves and film racks are filled with the accounts of the Holocaust that
Our second presenter is Dr. Victoria Barnett, who is the Director of Programs on Ethics, Religion, and Holocaust at the United States Holocaust Museum. She was one of the general editors of the collected works of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and her second book, most recent book, is Bystanders, Conscience and Complicity During the Holocaust, which is generally regarded as one of the most important books on the bystander. Her article, which is going to be published by the Utah Law Review, is called The Changing View of the Bystander in Holocaust Scholarship, Historical, Ethical, and Political Implications. Vicki.
Thank you very much. It really is an honor to be here today, and congratulations to Professor Giora on his fine book. One of the interesting things about being in a field long enough is that historiography changes our understanding of certain issues, and that is certainly what has happened with the topic of the bystander. As Professor Goldberg said, for many decades, bystanders were seen as passive figures on the sidelines of history, and they were framed in the literature in terms of passivity, of silence. People who watched as Jews were persecuted, people who stood by and did not intervene or try to rescue them, and not just individuals, but institutions such as the churches and even the international community, which did not step in effectively to stop the persecution and genocide of the European Jews. In the past 2 decades, that perspective has changed. In fact, if I were to write my book again today, I would put the word bystander in quotation marks. There is now a great deal of documentation that shows that people really became actively involved in what was going on. We need to remember that Nazi Germany lasted for 12 years. People don't stay in a fixed place in history. They follow their lives, they follow careers, they get involved in what is going on around them, they see things. And so in many ways throughout the history of Nazi Germany, you have ordinary Germans who may begin in 1933 as bystanders, but by 1935, 1938, 1939, and into the war, they've gotten involved in various aspects of National Socialism. They've seen things and perhaps said nothing. Perhaps they've benefited materially when Jews lost their jobs or lost their apartments or lost their possessions. So there are many threads that actually bring the bystander more strongly into the history. The historian Clemens von Klemperer once described Nazi Germany as a consensual dictatorship. A wonderful description, because this was indeed a police state. It was a dictatorship. It was a dictatorship in which people needed to watch out and not take risks. At the same time, we know now that there was a great deal of support for National Socialism among ordinary Germans, especially throughout the 1930s, and there was a great deal of involvement at all levels in what was happening around them. So one of the things that we think about in terms of bystanders then is, what drives them? What is it that makes people passive? What is it that makes people say or take certain decisions? And one of the things that I thought about as I wrote my book is how many of the human factors that shape the behavior during this period are factors that are very understandable and in human terms normal. That is, people followed careers, they raised families, they didn't want to step out of line, they didn't want to get into trouble, they wanted to perhaps help somebody that they personally knew, but not a larger community. And so what you see through that normal dynamic in a state like Nazi Germany are several things. One is the normalization of otherization and persecution. These were things that became part of everyday life in Nazi Germany. Very few Germans can claim that they were unaware of what was happening around them. But the reality is throughout the 1930s that if you were not Jewish, if you were not a political opponent, if you were not a group that was targeted in some way by the Nazis, you could pursue a fairly normal life. As I said, you saw things, you knew about things. And with that process comes a process I call of developing moral narratives about your life. You find ways to justify what you're seeing, or you find ways to justify your inaction, or you find ways to explain why you're going to step in here but not there. In other words, you develop a logic that actually then begins to create a social fabric of permission and legitimacy to what the Nazis were doing. And this is seen in so many levels in the history of Nazi Germany. It's also seen in different ways after 1939, when the war began, in different occupied countries. These were, of course, extreme circumstances, countries under German occupation. But one of the most most troubling things that we find in many of these countries is that even populations who deeply resented the Nazis, who were perhaps fighting against Nazi occupation, nonetheless were willing to participate in turning over their Jewish neighbors and even participate in helping with the deportation of Jews to deportation trains to the death camps. So the big puzzle is really the tension between individual behavior, individual ethics, and what is recognized as collective evil. And I think that this tension permeates the bystander discussion, not only with respect to the Holocaust, but with respect to the other topics on our agenda today. One of the most interesting events after 1945 that shed light on this phenomenon was the process of denazification in post-war Germany. The Allied soldiers, the Allied troops in occupying Germany quickly realized that they needed to set a foundation for a post-war democracy that would be different than what happened after the First World War. And so they came up with the idea of trying to get ordinary Germans to acknowledge what they had done, acknowledge the depth of their involvement, for example. And they came up with a questionnaire. In the American zone, this questionnaire consisted of 5 different levels, but it was a very lengthy questionnaire in which people had to state whether they had been Nazi Party members, if so, what they had been involved in, if they had been members of the resistance, and so on. 13.5 million Germans in the American zone alone filled these questionnaires out. And how does one process 13.5 million individuals in the wake of something like Nazi Germany? You don't. Denazification quickly ran up against the limitation of seeing this purely as a means of bringing individuals to account, and so the shift was made by the 1950s in Germany to a wider collective and political understanding of what had happened and a political methodology for addressing that. That took place in different ways. I think post-war Germany is a remarkable example of a certain success in this process in terms of acknowledging history, engaging in acts of repair, repentance. For example, the 1952 reparations agreement that was signed with the State of Israel, the fact that Germany began to pay reparations to individuals who had survived the death camps, up to the present time when you have a number of memorials and projects such as the Stolpersteiner project that Professor Goldberg mentioned. So collective evil can't be addressed solely by focusing on individual ethics, but it also can't simply be done by national acts. So what you really need is the intersection of individual will and acknowledgement and ethical reflection with a national project. And this is one of the things that I think we see not only in the wake of National Socialism in Germany, but in other instances of genocide, whether it's Rwanda or Bosnia, post events in South Africa, for example, after apartheid, events after Argentina and the Dirty War. All of these instances actually show how very complicated this process is of addressing both the complicity of individual citizens and the larger narrative. So I'd like to close with a reflection on the Stolpersteiner project, because I think that it really is a remarkable project that kind of brings these two things together. As Professor Goldberg said, this involves local communities, local citizens, determining where the Jews in their community lived, what happened to them, really studying the dynamics of their own history in that community, and then putting a small stone in front of where people lived to memorialize them. It's remarkable because it really is something that any town can do, and many towns have undertaken this. It brings people together on an individual level in this kind of memory making, but it also serves as a collective effort to really keep a certain level of awareness alive in a society like post-Nazi Germany. The Stolpersteiner project, I think, epitomizes like nothing else this link between individual responsibility and collective identity. It's a way of individual Germans. They're not responsible themselves for what happened because they didn't live during the 1930s, and yet they have claimed that responsibility for themselves because it's important for the sake of who they want to be as a nation today. And I think that this is one reason why the bystander question has always resonated so deeply in Holocaust studies, because it underscores both the importance of our individual agency, our capacity to act, But it also shows how this capacity to act and reflect really does shape how our society decides how to respond to ethical and moral issues and makes a social commitment to keeping that kind of reflection and activism alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Our third speaker is the Reverend Dr. John Lentz. He has done a very comprehensive survey of the bystander in the Bible, and the paper that will be published by the Utah Law Review is called The Bystander in the Bible. John.
Very good. Good morning. It's good to see you all here. I want to tell you I am neither an academic nor a legal historian or a lawyer. So I'm sort of on this interesting marginal space as a practitioner of a faith perspective, as a pastor. And so there's both great tension within me, because I certainly don't want to speak for all people of faith. I can't do that. I certainly can't even speak for all Christians or even Presbyterians of the denomination of which I am a member. I'm a person of faith, so this is a very existential crisis for me, and I am honored to be, here today. And actually, I wanted to do say on a personal level, these remarks are dedicated actually to Amos's father, Professor Alexander Giora, who I was honored to know and in theological reflection with over the past 5 or so years. And also, if I shout out to Amos's mother, who's watching us on TV from Israel today. So that's very good. I want to do sort of 3 things, and since I'm not a historian, I'm really going to try to stay away from facts having to do with the history of World War II. I will defer to Dr. Barnett for that. So I'm going to do a little bit different things, and they're really 3. I do want to touch upon the role of the church and Christians as bystanders during the Holocaust. Then secondly, I want to talk a little bit about the role of Hebrew and Christian scripture in setting a foundation for law and morality. And thirdly, I'm going to contemporize this. I want to offer some comments about why does this matter. First, Professor Giora and I have a 40-plus year friendship. We were friends and roommates at Quinney College, and we were both in the History Honors Program, where we each had to write a significant paper, 100 pages or so, on the topic of our choice. Professor Giora, who I'm probably going to be calling Amos from here on out, so just be prepared for that, chose to write on the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943, where Jews who were sequestered in the ghetto actually rose up and fought the Nazis. I chose to write on Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German preacher, pastor, and teacher who was convicted of plotting to kill Adolf Hitler. He was sent to the concentration camp at Flossenburg and hanged on April 9th, 1945, just weeks actually before Germany surrendered. Both Professor Giora and Amos and I were asking very deep existential questions. For Amos, the question as a Jew, why didn't the Jews rise up and fight back? I, as a Christian, was also asking a question of identity, as I really think all good scholarship must be, is a question of deep identity. I was asking the question, why did Christians just stand there and do nothing to save the Jews? So here we are, 40 years later, still exploring the issues of how we protect the most vulnerable. Let's start with the definition. Professor Giora writes, and I quote, "The bystander is an individual who observes another in clear distress, but is not the direct cause of the harm. A culpable bystander is the one who has the ability to mitigate the harm, but chooses not to." Professor Giora seeks to change behavior and believes that we need a law to compel people to do the right thing. Dr. Martin Luther King, whose words are on the wall, once opined that while a society can't legislate how one feels, it can write a law against lynching. And I think that's very true. But laws are only as good as they are applied fairly across all populations. A good law in the hands of a bad judge doesn't get us very far. And Professor Giora has often noted that religion is responsible for much of today's intolerance, violence, and extremism. Therefore, matters of faith, belief, the Bible, morality that arise from the religious discussion are neither sufficient nor perhaps even helpful in shaping legislation regarding the bystander and one's duty to help another person. On the surface, it is very hard to argue. Indeed, religion is often part of the problem. It is the problem. As a Christian clergyman, I have to answer that yes, throughout history, there have been times when the church and those who call themselves Christians have been intolerant, violent, and extreme, not living the message of love, mercy, justice, sacrifice, and inclusion, which is, I believe, the foundations of the teachings of Jesus, which, of course, were grounded in the sacred texts of Judaism. But I would caution throwing the proverbial intolerant baby out with the dirty religious bathwater. In fact, if you will allow me to stretch the metaphor, I would say that there are a whole lot of institutions sitting in the dirty water of this bathtub, both during World War II and today. For lawyers, judges, and legislators have not always delivered justice, particularly to the oppressed. Ask the Jews of Germany if they felt protected. Ask African-American citizens of Ferguson, Missouri, or Baltimore, Maryland, if they feel the law is on their side. Remember, there are a whole lot of black citizens of our nations with cell phones who were not bystanders, but their videos made little or no difference in police prosecutions. Doctors have not always delivered on its Hippocratic oath. Dr. Mengele comes to mind. Educators have not always taught the whole story or invited us to explore the hidden figures of history, lest our collective myths be challenged and exposed. The myth of Aryan supremacy and Jews being vermin are but examples. However, I do not give up on law or on medicine or on science or on education because of the evils committed within their jurisdictions throughout history. Neither should we give up on religion, nor drive a wall between law and morality as if these should be separated or are in opposition to one another. During the Nazi era, which I will date from the early 1930s to the end of the war in 1945, the institutional church, both Protestant and Catholic, and most individuals who claimed affiliation failed horribly and completely in standing up for and protecting Jews. Institutions and individuals were culpable bystanders who had the ability to mitigate the harm but chose not to. Sure, there was the confessing church of which Bonhoeffer was a part in the French village of Les Chambons, whose Protestant villagers saw it as their Christian duty to protect Jews. And there are a handful of Christians and Catholics and Protestant individuals who protected Jews because the Bible taught that they should. But sadly, these are exceptions that seem to prove the rule of culpable complicity. The church failed, but so did every other institution. Christians failed, but so did atheists. Now, this failure of the church may indicate, because we seem to hold ourselves up to a higher moral value, correct? And we make these certain truth claims about life and death and everything else, may indicate the bankruptcy of religion and ethics and morality. Since we can't trust people to do the right thing because God supposedly tells them to, we have to compel them through laws. Of course, this can work both positively and negatively as well, I believe. Here's my thing, and here's what I really spent some time studying this summer, and it's in the August Law Review. I think it's on the aside kind of so funny and sweet that the August Law Review has a Bible study in its pages. There are a lot of grandmothers who are probably really happy today, you know? But I think we need to reclaim the vocabulary and the social narrative of the ancient religious texts. Words and concepts such as covenant community, hospitality, mutual care, laying your life down for another, yes, being a good Samaritan, and showing particular concern for the widow and the orphan, all of which comes from sacred religious texts and shape the foundation of law and society. And that's really what I set out to do in my article, was survey the texts, read the narratives, look at the stories, read the laws, really to hold myself accountable. Am I just making this stuff up? In the book of Genesis, the question is asked by Cain after he murdered his brother Abel, am I my brother's keeper? A moral, ethical question right off the bat, which is consistently answered throughout the rest of the Jewish scripture and the New Testament with a resounding yes. Abraham invites strangers into his tent to eat and rest. Abraham argues with God not to destroy the towns of Sodom and Gomorrah if as few as 10 righteous people can be found. Abraham is no bystander. Hebrew women defy Pharaoh's orders and rescue Moses from the Nile where he had been left to die. No bystanders they. Moses won't stand by and allow Egyptian slaves, a slave master to kill Hebrew slaves. While it isn't easy reading, Deuteronomy and Leviticus is absolutely foundational to everything that is written, that you care for the other, that you help someone in need, that you remember that you were a stranger and so treat everyone with compassion, that you even help someone whose donkey is stuck in a pit, even on the Sabbath. The prophets, Amos, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Micah, declare in no uncertain terms that God is on the side of the oppressed and that God demands that the faithful act on behalf of the other. So perhaps theologically we should quit blaming God and more blame ourselves. In short, in the biblical literature, the call is clear: no bystanding. And I really think too much of religion today is about individual purity and identifying who's in and outside of the in-group at the expense of community concern. And I think this is a horrible misreading of the sacred texts. It is same in the New Testament: lay down your life for a friend. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. Love your enemies. The ancient religious texts give us the moral vocabulary, so we need to know it and use it, not dismiss it. Religion at its core stresses a covenantal rather than a transactional language and approach to our civic life together. Clearly, in this partisan age, we are losing the notion that we are part of a larger whole, this e pluribus unum. Individuals within the covenant community understand that we are in this together as part of something larger. Therefore, we must alleviate the suffering. We must stand up and speak out against oppression and violence. And what is often overlooked, I believe, is this: the message of the sacred scripture, at least for me, is transcendental, transcendent, not tribal. The covenant is really not for the closed-in group who share a religious belief, but it rather has this wonderful transcendent vision extended to all people. Laws can encourage this for sure, but I think a secular society alone cannot work. So Christians and Jews need to reclaim and proclaim the revealed truth again and again and again, because it is easily forgotten as we see, and the powers that be are strong. And let me close with some contemporary. I fear that we're in a similar state today. Because do we stand with the Jews today in response to the attack on Jewish community centers and the desecration of cemeteries? Do we rise up and speak out against hateful words that are directed towards our Muslim neighbors and immigrants and refugees? Do we challenge white privilege and institutional racism within church and the academy, let alone in police departments and in businesses? Do we stand by and watch women get raped or homeless men taunted, or, as I read in the newspaper, not to build homeless centers in my backyard? When community breaks down and we become tribal rather than transcendent, we lose ourselves, and no law is going to protect us for long. And so I want to claim that religious texts, whether you're a believer or not, doesn't really matter. Religious texts give us a language of protest, of behavior, of community, of standing with the least. And the notion of covenant from Genesis 1 to Revelation 21 stresses compassion, care, sacrifice, neighbor love, always extending the boundaries of concern. And I think it is a source of hope for me. So from standing within religion, I get very frustrated and critical and embarrassed about my institution and many who claim the title, including myself. We failed during Nazi Germany, and oftentimes we fail today. But I will be damned if I'm going to let it happen again. And the deeper question is, where are you standing? Thank you.
have time for question and answers. I'm going to start with a question to each of our panelists. Vicki, you talked about the notion of the bystander has changed. So, what are the factors that have caused that change?
Yeah, thank you. A big one is historiography. Historians doing research, it takes a while when you go through archives to put the puzzle pieces together. And a major development was after the fall of the Soviet Union, the opening of Soviet-era archives from Eastern Europe. And some of the examples from Eastern Europe are really stunning. In Hungary, for example, in 1944, when it came under German occupation, what you see is sort of a widespread phenomenon of Hungarian civic officials, police officers, and ordinary citizens participating in the deportation of Hungarian Jews. One example that really struck me, because it just gives you a sense of what this must have been like, was a small village in which local people, the Germans came to the village and offered the local citizens basically a chance to earn money. People who had horse-drawn carts could go to the ghetto and transport the Jews, and these were their neighbors, Jews who were in the ghetto, from the ghetto to the trains that were taking them to the death camps in the east. And so what one historian discovered in the archives were the invoices that these people submitted. So you had people who maybe did 3 or 4 trips a day, taking people by cart from the ghetto to the train, submitting an invoice at the end of the day, being paid for it. He discovered that there were several people in the community who refused to participate, so that seems to have been an option. But you have a period of about 10 days in which a fair number of local people are earning money by taking their former neighbors away. Now, did they know they were going to their deaths? They knew that they weren't coming back. The other piece of the puzzle is after people were deported, the remaining residents got their livestock, their homes, their furniture. Throughout Nazi Germany during that period, on weekends there were auctions when Jews were deported. They left their furniture behind. And so Germans could go down and get beds and tables and chairs and wardrobes. And it shows this degree of complicity. So you realize that when Germans said afterward that they didn't see anything, that's not the case. And so this kind of historical work that really gives an up-close view of how people actually behaved is what I think has driven the realization that bystander isn't the right word. Now, I've been to conferences on bystanders where the only thing people talk about is what's the right word. And there's no good word to describe this. The words that people come up with, onlooker, witness, gainer in the case of somebody who benefits materially, all of these things sort of freeze people in a single moment. Whereas you're looking at people behaving over a period of 12 years, in the case of Nazi Germany, a little less than that in occupied countries, but you're looking at people who move from one point to the next. And it must be said that there are people who move from one point to the next in the direction of resistance or rescue. It didn't always mean that you invariably ended up being involved in this, but these were conscious acts that people took. And they developed stories about themselves and who they were and what they had done that I think tried to show their own role in a good light. And it's only with peeling back the layers over the decades that we've seen this. Another example, and I wanted to mention this because of your example of the churches. Both the German Catholic and Protestant churches used forced labor during World War II. Mm-hmm. These were civilians and in some cases prisoners of war, largely from Eastern Europe. When the German army went east in particular, they viewed the peoples of Eastern Europe as subhuman, as not as superior as the German people. And so they felt that they could bring civilians back, in some cases people as young as 13 or 14 years old, to work in the Reich. So people worked in factories, they worked in households, they worked in businesses, and about 12,000 of them worked in institutions that were run by the Protestant Church, and about 6,000 of them worked in institutions run by the Catholic Church. This only came out by about 2000, so 55 years after the end of the war, when historians in Germany began to really document all this, went public with it, and at that point both churches say, oh my goodness, yes, we did do that, didn't we? We do apologize. And they paid restitution. I think to date they've paid about $7.5 million in various forms of reparation. But let's think about that for a minute. The German churches knew in 1945 that they had done this, but they didn't fess up until historians did their work. So I think it's mainly the historiography that has really pushed the envelope on these kinds of discussions.
That's interesting. Very good.
John, Amos in his book is talking about the creation of a legal duty for a complicit bystander. And so this is someone who is in close proximity to someone who is being harmed by a perpetrator, and who has the ability to inform the authorities about that. And what he's urging is that if that bystander does not perform that duty, that's a crime and should be punished by a fine. Now, my understanding from reading your paper that will be published by the Law Review is in the Old and New Testament, the notion of duty is parallel but very different in its basis. That God expected his people to act to protect the weak, the oppressed, the naked, the prisoners. And so would you talk to us about what the Bible teaches us about that duty?
I'll try my best, certainly. First, I want to make clear that I am not arguing against the legal duty that compels us to act on behalf of another. I mean, it makes sense to me. I think my concern was particularly if any kind of wedge is being driven to separate law and morality. It's just something that I find particularly engaging that I don't want to give up on. But I do think the scripture, as I noted in brief, is so clear of this moral obligation. And this is where, and since I'm not an academic, this has really been wonderfully challenging for me as I begin to flesh this out in my own life and thought, this idea of the covenant. And how I think we've moved away from that, because I think all these prescriptions in sacred texts are seen within this communal understanding that we know each other. We share something so fundamental with each other as in the Hebrew text, because we are the chosen people. But you will read many, many strands throughout Hebrew scripture that this chosenness is not necessarily to be chosen to be set apart from the world, but rather to be chosen to be set apart for the world. In other words, to exhibit and to give an example of how we treat one another. So I think in Scripture there's a sense of our obligation is due to other people who are made in the likeness and image of God. Therefore, we have something deeply in common, and therefore we must care for them. Another thing that I see in particularly the Hebrew scripture, which I think is really, really rich and something that we need to remember, is the word remember. I mean, the whole point of Passover is to remember when we were slaves. Remember when we got liberated. Remember when we were the oppressed and experienced freedom. And I think that's fascinating on two levels. One is that we then place ourselves with the oppressed, with the enslaved, with those who are on the margins. But I also love this kind of really lively engagement, because remembering is not just remembering some event in the past, like some chronological past. It is contemporizing it. Remembering and always now then being shaped in the present context, and has this kind of living interplay. So how does this memory in the past affect us today? So I think the obligation is we remember that we have been oppressed, therefore we must be particularly concerned for the marginalized and oppressed today. And I think that's carried through. I mean, I think we often forget that, Jesus was a Jew and his scripture was the Hebrew scripture. And so really Christianity until, middle of the 2nd century was, grounded in the Hebrew text, and so really came from the same sense. We are obligated to help another because we share a common likeness. We are in community together, and we remember who we are, and therefore we must be involved in the plight of our neighbor.
Thank you. Let me now give you the opportunity to ask questions of the panelists. I think there are mics right here that you can come to so that everybody can hear what your question is. Please be respectful in the amount of time that you ask your question so that a number of people can ask questions. So go ahead.
Yeah, you were first.
Is this on? Okay. My name is Nia, and I'm not an attorney. I'm in IT. And I've thought about what happened in Germany a lot. And I think when I ask myself what I would do, I think about age. When I was a teenager or college student, I think I would have done something. But once I had a son, I don't think I would have. And then once my son was grown and I'm the age I am now, I think I would have done something. So I think we can't just be so blanket that we have to consider the circumstances. And also, we are raised to respect authority. My father, religious, government, and so that plays a part of it. And I also think, I can think minutely of at work when my boss does something to a coworker and I keep my mouth shut. But if I open my mouth, my job and my enjoyment of working for that person will change. So those are my comments. My question is, I've never heard that there's a possibility of a bystander law, and that just really shocks me because how can there be a law telling me what to do when my government stands by with Rwanda, Bosnia-Herzegovina, etc.?
Let me first ask Vicki to talk about this. And Nazi Germany was an authoritarian police state, and so was a factor in the bystander during the Nazi era. A fear of reprisal, a fear of attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point. As I said, one of the things that we understand when we look at the history of these people is that their reasons for not acting are very understandably human ones. They had families. They were afraid of losing their job. Maybe something had happened in their city where somebody had stepped out of line and they'd been taken away and arrested. So there was fear there. I mean, I think all of those things need to be taken into consideration. I think we need to join with that an understanding of the complexity of the consequences, and that post-war process, and it really was a decades-long process, of Germans reaching the capacity to say, yes, I understand why I didn't act, but look at the horrific consequences of an entire nation of people not acting, and to really address the question in that sense, I think is important. But these are very complicated questions because we can identify with them, and it just shows the complexity of human behavior. I think nonetheless this question of the awareness of what happens in a society when everybody sort of sits on their hands and says, I'm not going to be the one to speak up, that can have tragic, horrific consequences. And the other thing I would say is that one of the important things in the historiography about the Holocaust has been the documentation and the voices of the victims and survivors. That the responsibility between myself as a scholar and those people. That when I sort of make excuses for people not acting, there's someone sitting out there who lost their family in the Holocaust because nobody acted. These are deeper conversations that, I think go beyond issues of laws. I mean, these are moral conversations, and that's one reason why I say the bystander question gets at this level, sort of this two-pronged dilemma of individual ethical action and the collective reality and the repercussions of what people do or do not do.
And real briefly, I think that's a really very deep question and a shameless plug for my friend's book. You're going to have to read it about the bystander law, because I really do think very carefully Professor Giora understands the dilemma of the institutional bystanding or nation-state bystanding, and he wants to get very particular into, if I'm standing watching you get hurt, then it's on me, not to stand by and watch you. But I think you bring up an excellent point, and I wonder, as this law gets legislated and we start living under it, if there's not going to be extensions to, am I culpable if I do not turn in someone who's cheating on taxes, or someone who's doing something within businesses or police? Are we being held accountable also for not standing by and watching a crime committed in the name of an institution? And I think your question raises really a deep implication. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
I think my question was just asked, but the more horrific the event, the more difficult it is for the bystander. And that's where we see ourselves today. And sending a check to a refugee fund is an easy thing to do for most folks. But the personal risk is the issue that the other person raised, and I think you've already addressed it, and that's really what I'm asking about, is just how much risk. The people in the graphic behind you are simply walking along, but there are people who have to stand out in front of that car and stop it, and who's going to do that? So if you feel that the question has been answered, I'll appreciate that. If you'd like to comment more, thank you.
The people in the photograph are the people being marched are Jews being rounded up. So you see, if you see the larger photograph, I'm familiar with it, you have people up on the hillside looking down, and you have these people standing and watching. And this is one of the issues, especially in the 1930s in Germany. It's interesting that some people did step in to do something and they didn't suffer consequences. It wasn't invariably the case that people got hauled away. It's a murky area, and I think again it gets at this question of individual conscience and what you're willing to do, and where you're willing to draw the line and to stand and to say, I'm going to live my life as a person who acts in such a way when I see this happening. I don't have easy answers, but those are the big questions that come out of this history.
Right, sure. Let me ask John to talk about one thing. In the United States now, we have no social duty to act on behalf of a victim that we're observing being harmed. And Good Samaritan laws in the United States are intended to protect those who do intervene and who inadvertently harm the victim. So would you remind us of the poignancy of the story of the Good Samaritan in the Bible, which is quite different?
Sure. Jesus tells a parable about a man going from Jerusalem to Jericho, and he gets attacked by robbers. And he is lying in the path, and several religious people walk by. One is a priest and just says, I got to get to services quick, and walks by. Another, who is a lawyer, also walks by. And then the Samaritan, who was seen in those days as kind of a marginalized non-Jew who lived up in Samaria, who was not part of the covenant community or understood in that way, actually come and helps this guy on the street and binds his wounds and takes him to the inn, and then pays extra to the innkeeper to say, and I'll be back in a week, and if he uses up more money, I'll pay for that too. And so the lesson is, here's someone who is not part of the community that knows this stuff by obligation, that you care for your neighbor. And here he is extending the care to one who is hurt. So how much more, should you who claim the tradition, help? And so that's the Good Samaritan. And you're right, the way it is applied in modern law is kind of a different way. But it's interesting, as I heard, according to the rabbis, which we know from the Talmud and the Mishnah, later writings, they were quite concerned as well about the legal boundary and when you cross it. And are you? There's a lot of writings about, do you put yourself in harm's way to help another? And they were not sure about that either. So it comes back to this individual conscience and moral dilemma, and you do the best you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My name is Catherine, and I am neither a scholar or a lawyer, but a community member. And I actually have a question specifically kind of geared toward what you were saying, Reverend Lentz, about this remember. So we're, challenging these, I guess I'm going to get kind of specific to what we're dealing with today. Challenging this white privilege and saying, remember when your historical Christian folks were oppressed and what have you. I've seen a lot, just personally, and this is through my lens specifically, I can only speak for myself. I've seen a lot of white, kind of older Christian individuals who are under the impression, and I say that because it seems like more a perceived threat than an actual threat, of oppression in today in our country, where we're all seeing this kind of rise in certain types of behaviors, specifically against people of color or against marginalized populations at the hands or voices of white Christian people. So how do you challenge that? How do you have a conversation with somebody and say, we need to be hand in hand with the least of these, right? We need to reach out to these marginalized populations and be involved in a way that authentically supports and helps them, intervene, not be a bystander who does nothing, because your people were at one time oppressed, or our people, or however. When you're dealing with people who are like, well, we're oppressed now and we're finally rising up.
Well, we are in polite company in an academic setting, so I will hold back from what I would tell that person.
Okay.
To
maybe
his face.
Later.
No, white Christianity is not being oppressed today. Okay, if you disagree with me, peacefully we'll discuss it over a cup of coffee outside. I think that's crazy. Absolutely nuts. And so I think you just call them out on it. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I've been in these conversations all the time. I think it puts the responsibility on us, particularly as a white male Christian in America who's never been oppressed. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what that means. So that is why I have to listen to the stories of others. I have to listen to the marginalized. I have to put myself in the place of others. I don't do it always. I am no moral giant. I fail constantly. But that is what I call myself back to and want to hold myself accountable to. I think when you're in conversation with folks who feel that they are oppressed as a white Christian, I got to love my neighbor, but I just have to say, I think you're so wrong. And, let's sit down and, talk about your experience. And is that really oppression?
Yeah.
So we could go on. Let's talk later.
But I would love to. No, I just think that it was important to acknowledge, because I was hearing you say that and going well, right now we're dealing with so many people who are saying, but I'm oppressed, and that's why we're rising up and all of these. And so thank you. No, I appreciate it. I'd love to talk more.
Sure. Thank you. Let me ask Vicki, what is the mission of the Holocaust Museum in terms of remembrance?
Well, We have a threefold mission, actually. We're a federal museum. We were established by congressional mandate, and the mandate was to have some kind of memorial in Washington to the Holocaust. So it wasn't initially envisioned necessarily as a museum, but the council that was appointed by Jimmy Carter came up with the notion that a museum would be an important thing to have in Washington, to be the national center for the education about and memorialization of the Holocaust. As well as a center of documentation. We have, in addition to Yad Vashem in Israel, I would say the best library and archival collection in the world. So scholarship continues to be done in this area, and we continue to acquire new collections. The third aspect is to invite our visitors to reflect on what this history means for them, and to reflect on the legacy of the Holocaust. And so we do a lot of outreach and work with various different communities. We work with all of the entering classes of the military academies, for example. We work with secondary school teachers. We've done joint programs with the Birmingham Civil Rights Museum, with other institutions that look comparatively. We do work with scholars of comparative genocide. I sort of have what we call the religion desk. So I'm the point person at the museum, not only for people who are interested in the history of the churches during the Holocaust, but for members of all different faith groups when they come through the museum and want to engage with these questions on a deeper, from a deeper religious perspective. So we're much more than a museum. We have exhibitions, of course, but we do all these other things that really build on this history. And it's fascinating to me to see that, our 25th anniversary is next year. And we continue to be packed. I mean, people continue to go through the museum and really engage with our programs.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Arthur Sandak. I want to thank the College of Law for this symposium. I am a lawyer, and I get some CLE credit out of this. This is great. But I'm very also personally involved in this subject. My comment, and follow with a question, is I'm frankly having problems with the nomenclature of bystander in the context of the Holocaust or any war crimes. The crimes against the Jews didn't just come out of in 1933 when the Fuhrer was elected, but it had been going on for decades after the First World War, and indeed for centuries. Jews had been vilified and blamed for the problems a nation or a society was encountering. On the one hand, in Germany, they were the capitalists that were manipulating all their financial problems, the inflation, runaway inflation or whatever it was. On the other hand, they were also the communists and the major threat from the East that so terrified the Germans leading up to the war, and were perceived as the enemies through the propaganda machine and the easy kind of simple solutions to people's problems. So I don't see that people that allowed the slaughter of 6 million people throughout Germany, France, Poland, Russia, are bystanders at all. I don't see that. It's just you walk up and you see something and you're caught up. And yes, I understand your point that there's a lot of reasons personal for not opposing the thing, but many of these people supported it and allowed it to happen. And I just wonder if some other terminology can be used to address the phenomenon that you're so concerned about and understanding how this happens. That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent point. It's why people argue about this. I would say two things. I think that historically it is somewhat useful. And this actually began with Raoul Hilberg, who was sort of the father of Holocaust studies. to draw a distinction between people who were active perpetrators, who actively oversaw the death camps, who were personally involved in the murders of people, and civilian populations who were not actively engaged in those things. It doesn't mean that there's not guilt and complicity there. But it's more than a semantic difference. I mean, it's trying to understand what happens historically. I think that the question you're raising is one that I've tried to get at through this broader notion of social permission and the way in which anti-Semitism was deeply embedded in Western society, not just throughout Europe, but in the United States as well during that era, so that people were, at some level, really incapable of not thinking that way. And of course, that goes back for centuries. It's very much related to the history of Christianity. And it certainly plays a role in what happens after 1933. So it's nothing new, as you say. But trying to make these distinctions, and they're not distinctions made to exonerate people so much as to try to understand. But yeah, the question of terminology, as I said, I don't really like any of the terms. But you know, we're trying to wrestle with these things because we're trying to get at understanding better what it was that happened. But thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is DeAnn. My background is I'm a retired military. I've had an opportunity, a privilege, if you will, to serve my country in various hotspots of the world. And unanimously, I would suggest that many of the people that were labeled as bystanders perhaps today and in other venues actually had no choice. They had no means to resist. They have no opportunity to resist. And if they did put forth some backbone, they were immediately suppressed. And it was a terrible tragedy to witness. I saw it in various portions of the Middle East. I saw it in the various portions of Afghanistan and various other locations. And of course, Eastern Europe. In the late 80s, early 90s, it was a tough environment to put forth your stand and expect to survive. On the other hand, while my late wife and I were in Europe in the early 80s, she was pursuing a doctorate and had an opportunity to interview many of the resistance fighters in France, Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, Italy, and realized that these people were exceptional in their character and in the opportunity. They had a means. A lot of weapons were smuggled in and by the Allies, and they had a means by which they could organize themselves into resistance cells and resist. Successfully, yes. Unsuccessfully, also yes. But they paid a terrible price, and it was a very much of an opportunity to have to converse with these people firsthand. But I will say that if you have an opportunity to be a bystander or someone who does not take action, that's your choice. But if you do have that opportunity, you need to exercise it if you possibly can.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
Thank you all for your time. My question's directed mostly at Reverend Lentz. I was just curious about the relevancy of religion in 2017. It seems like if we look to the Bible in Hebrew Scripture or even in New Testament Scripture, it's replete with examples of a God freeing a people from oppression, usually through miraculous or magical events where these people are otherwise doomed, but then when all hope seems lost, a God frees people.
Right.
And it seems that in the Holocaust, people could fall on one side or the other. Either the Jews could think, well, this seems bad indeed, but there is a God, he's in control, and either he's going to free us or everything's okay and this is in accordance with his will. And then Christians on the other side could say, well, it certainly seems bad, no question about it, but there is a God, and that God is in control, and his will always be done. And it seems to me that this either leads to a complacency that eventually leads to complicity, or can be used to inflict these malicious intentions. And indeed, Hitler invoked the name of God many times as he perpetrated this. So it seems to me that if we rely on secular values and realize that all humans are equal, and then we do legislate this this need to help one another into law, that it would be more effective than relying on God's or scriptures. Is that not the case?
Oh, beautiful question. And I think you describe the dilemma extraordinarily well, frankly. I think anybody who, speaking from a religious perspective, if we see somehow the scripture as direct from God's ear to someone's pen in a prescriptive fashion, I think we're misreading the understanding of sacred texts. And rather, I think if we read scripture as the community, I mean, we realize that the Bible was written over a period of 3,000 years by different communities and different individuals in different contexts. And in fact, much of the literature that we call 1st and 2nd Samuel, for example, and the retelling of the story of David was probably written during the exilic period when the Jews were in exile in Babylon, and possibly during a period of relative safety when they're projecting back on their story and living and reinterpreting their myth. But I think you're right. If people feel this, I think it's a shallow and naive notion that God is in His heaven and all is right with the world. I think that is completely done away with by the Holocaust. I think that if we begin to understand, I mean, think of sacred scripture. Right in the heart of the Tanakh, which is the Hebrew scripture, stands a book called Job. Read it sometime. I'm not you, because your question is so good, and I do not mean that as a challenge to you. I mean it as a challenge to myself and all of us. Because right in the heart of the Hebrew scripture is a philosophical, religious conversation going on about how in the hell can God let bad things happen to the most righteous one. And frankly, in my interpretation of the book, the answer is in stunned silence. So at various times and in various places, people have circle these mysteries, that's what I do, mysteries of the question of theodicy and how we get meaning of these texts. And I do think that if we think of God as a magician or just, appearing when things get tough, or we fall back onto, it's part of God's plan, I would say as a Christian, that is too narrow of a reading and doesn't do actual justice to a much more lively theological debate going on. The other piece, sometimes I want to run away from the church. You have no idea. You have no idea. And that's for another conference. I respectfully, and truly respectfully, would just add, I guess I disagree, although I really don't, but I guess I would just want to add from my perspective that I even want to be careful about separating secularity from religion. I mean, religion, as I understand it, is the way we bind ourselves together with sacred texts and a sacred mythic story. So I would say that much of secular America is actually a type of religion too, that has its own sort of mythic structure and its own godlike figures. And that's okay, but I think even the secular myth is really grounded, and this is what I'm trying to do in my article. We'll see if it's successful or not. But even our secularity is grounded on vocabulary and kinds of systems which I would argue were there before in sacred texts, not only in the Hebrew text and Christian texts, but in the Korn, I think in Greek philosophy. I mean, we can extend this to really broadly, but I think one of the things I just want us to remember as we're thinking about law and secularity, that it's built on the foundation of thousands of years where people were asking these questions before in religious contexts, and I just don't want to lose sight of that. But I honor your question.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, how does the bystander law get us to a place of this covenant community that you were talking about without us turning into sort of a scarlet letter situation when there isn't consensus about the rightness or wrongness of things amongst the community?
That's a great question. Talk to Professor Giora about that. I don't know. Not being a lawyer or a legal scholar, I would just say that I think what interests me is being a pastor of a church, a community where we really engage in this kind of conversation and what is our duty to our neighborhood, what is our duty to oppressed minorities in our community that, at least for me and my community, are very much grounded on Scripture, sacred Scripture. And I would say it's not exclusive to churches or synagogues or places of worship, but I think in some sense we've lost, I don't know if this is true, help me out with this, but something that sort of has come to me in the last couple of days is, have we lost this idea of the association, or even the coffee house or the salon, where we're really grappling with issues of depth? And I'll let you define what depth means and but I feel like we've lost this kind of associative ability, and so we're just a bunch of individuals with personal opinions. I think personal opinions, if they're offered if they are offered in the spirit of community reflection, as we're all circling the mystery, then I'm all for it. We've got to speak our truth. But I think we've lost this association. So I think the conversation about the bystander can take place in these associations, which actually will then help us identify what we mean by it when we get to the legal question.
Yes, sir.
Reverend Lentz, you said that all good scholarship is a question.
Ask her a question. No, come on.
It's a question. It's a question for the whole panel, but
good, thank you. Okay, you think on me first.
So you said that all good scholarship is a question of deep identity.
Yeah.
And I found that somewhat intriguing because it seems like sometimes identity can lead to the bystander dilemma, because people only identify with people who are from their own identity.
Good.
And this identity-based politics leads to a kind of lack of recognition for other people. And so my question is,
that is self-evidently true.
Could you expand on what you mean by deep identity, and also talk about how scholarship can be used to help people identify with those outside of their group?
Oh, well, I think, I think, Dr. Barnett, when you were talking about historicity, the historical community asking questions and calling us back to review. I mean, scholarship at its best is calling us, isn't it, to look deeply and to become very agitated at a variety of perspectives and truths, particularly voices that we may not agree with, to sort of dig deeper and to open things up. I don't see scholarship as passing on facts as much as giving us the capacity to think deeply about things. So that's my sort of definition of what scholarship is. And what was your second point?
The question was, how can scholarship be used to help people identify with those outside of their group?
Well, I would think if we're doing scholarship well, then, I mean, this is, I think, to me, the call of a university, is to bring folks from disparate backgrounds, from different smaller communities and different perspectives, and bring them together and say, okay, engage. Let's talk about this on a more deep level. And I think at its best, that I would hope that agitates us all very, very deeply to crack our places of safety, crack those open, and we've got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. I think that's the role of scholarship. And I do think if you're following your deepest sense of vocation and you're following your deepest kind of passion in your scholarship, I think it is an existential search for your own truth. And I think somebody who's just going into scholarship or any profession just for the head game, where I'm going to make $500,000, I want to question your motives, because I think it should be deep. Why do I care so deeply about this? So that's why I think that scholarship is both driving us to get really deep about our core truth, but in community, which then cracks us out of our comfort zone to reflect more broadly on deeper issues. And I think that's a hope. That's why the Academy is such an amazingly important structure in our culture.
If I could make add a comment about your question, which is a really excellent one, of identity politics and the ways in which understanding our own specific identity sometimes is a barrier to having a real sense of connection to the common good, as it were. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is an inbuilt tension, but it's one that really needs to be navigated. And one of the interesting things when you look at religious groups and resistance groups, during the Holocaust at least, that seem to have they exist on both planes. They have a very clear identity. They also have a history of identifying their relationship to greater society. And I think especially the Quakers, who arguably have the best record of any of the religious groups during the Holocaust in terms of rescue, in terms of resistance activities across Europe. I mean, what the Quakers did was really phenomenal. And the Quakers, I mean, part of that is a history of having a more difficult relationship to state authority than, let's say, the Lutherans did. So they had a self-understanding of their own identity that allowed for that dialectic. But they also had, I mean, they had a clear identity, but they really had a clear commitment to this larger good. And, you know, I think part of the thing that one of the goals of human life should be to work that out for ourselves in whatever different identities we all have, but where those connect with a larger conversation is really an important thing to reflect on.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
We're out of time. I'm sure the panelists will make themselves available to you during the break that we're going to take now. Please join me in thanking this wonderful panel.
Thanks everybody for the great questions, and thank you guys for the awesome panel. The next panel starts at 10:30 promptly, so please try to be here before 10:30 in your seats so we can stay on schedule. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If everybody could please try to find your seats so we can get started here and stay on track, that would be great. Thank you.
Unbelievable.
It's actually
That's important to know, yeah.
Like, so the people, Professor Holbrook,
Yeah, I can
I'm
see
in
that.
the corner there.
I can see
and
that
there was
from
a girl
here,
sitting
yeah.
right in front of me, and then
Yeah.
I was like, why am I so slow? It's really the person right in front that the chair covered. They are the purpley ones. I didn't know that. And the wall is
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started, everybody. Thank you for coming back promptly so we can get going. I'm going to introduce the moderator of this panel, Professor McCormack, who is a professor at this law school. Thank you, Professor McCormack.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning. Terrific turnout, a terrific discussion already begun, and we're going to pick up right away on the theme of criminal culpability that was raised in the last panel. The concept of war crimes is one that seems a little strange to many people. They think of that international law is really not law, but as the panel members here will illustrate, there is indeed criminal enforcement of some of the norms that we do hold close and dear. I'll do a quick introduction of the order and presentation. Henry Korn, to my right, is going to introduce some documentary evidence out of the Nuremberg trials, which will sort of highlight the early stages of enforcement of international law. Laurie Blank, to my left, is director of the Emory International Humanitarian Law Clinic. International humanitarian law may sound like a sort of soft subject, but it is the criminal code for international enforcement. And then on my far left, Dave Schwendiman, one of our illustrious graduates, has spent years and years prosecuting war crimes in Bosnia-Herzegovina and now at The Hague, dealing with Kosovar atrocities. So with that quick introduction, that's the order of presentation, that we will proceed from the Nuremberg to the current law to the enforcement. Henry, take it away.
Good morning. Thank you. Let me just introduce myself in terms of the perspectives that I'll present on the war crimes that we know about in terms of World War II. So I'm a practitioner of the law. Reverend Lentz is a man of faith. Some have called lawyers people without any faith. But as a practitioner of law, somebody who has appeared in courts for 43 years and more, and someone who's been a federal prosecutor who's handled criminal cases extensively, I am bound by a very important principle which I think interplays into this whole war crime story. And that is the principle of precedent. Lawyers are very, very often focused on that word, and those of you who are not lawyers know that we're focused on it a lot. So let's turn the clock back to the Nuremberg war crimes proceedings. The photograph up there is gruesome in its silence. I will tell you this, that there was very little precedent for the creation of an international tribunal that would target and prosecute the leaders of Germany and Japan. In fact, what I'm about to tell you will show you how little there was and how the Allies, or the Americans when it came to the Japanese war crimes, were basically working on a clean white piece of paper. So what did we know as leaders who were thinking about identifying people who were evil to bring them to justice. Well, we had a surprising early piece of history. It was the Lieber Code of 1863, a code adopted by President Lincoln during the heat of the war, which basically regulated Union soldier activity in the Confederate States. It was a remarkable code because Franz Lieber, himself a former Prussian officer, had a son who fought for the South and a son who fought for the North. And the Lieber Code basically set out, you don't rape and pillage, okay? You act like an occupying force, but in a responsible way. The Lieber Code was a piece of precedent that the Allies analyzed because in 1943, when the Allies at the Moscow Conference, it's called the Moscow Conference, created the notion that we are going to bring the leaders of these countries, really just the Axis countries at the time, to justice, they created war crimes out of whole cloth, meaning if for those of you who are lawyers, we have statutes, we have penal laws. Penal law says assault it has the following elements: punishable by 5 years in jail. Well, they created war crimes out of whole cloth. And there's a very interesting charter that was adopted after the Moscow Conference. It was part of the agreement of July of 1945 that the Allies signed. And the charter defined 3 interesting war crimes, which I'm going to read to you. And I say it's interesting because this is whole cloth. This is new. So there's crimes against peace. It was defined in Article 6 of the Charter as planning, preparation, initiation of waging of a war of aggression or a war in violation of international treaties, etc., etc. There were war crimes defined as violations of the law or customs of war, including murder, ill treatment, or deportation to slave labor, etc., etc. There were crimes against humanity. And I would say to you, that was very little precedent for this. So you had lawyers and non-lawyers creating a body of law that would then be the charter for the prosecution of Nazi war criminals. I'll briefly tell you what happened in Japan, but the indictment of the German officials followed these 3 offenses, and crimes against humanity is murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation, and other inhumane acts committed against civilian populations, etc. So there was very little precedent. You had an experience after World War I. We had the Turkish-Armenian situation. We had the Treaty of Versailles that gave to the Germans the ability to prosecute German officials. They were thinking of the Kaiser at the time. But ultimately, whatever was done in Turkey or in Germany was very little. They were done within the court systems of those 2 countries, and they were not done in terms of some larger international tribunal. So World War II comes to an end, and we have now a charter for a team of investigators and prosecutors from the Allies to pull together and make a case against the hundreds of German officials who were certainly chargeable with those 3 offenses that I described and others. The implementation of the agreement was very interesting, and it's a piece of history that I find fascinating. April 12, 1945, President Roosevelt dies. The vice president becomes president, Harry Truman. I'm sure many of you know that on April 13, 1945, Harry Truman had no clue there was a bomb. He learned that about 2 weeks later when the Secretary of War advised him. And likewise, when Harry Truman became president, he didn't realize that there was this enforced agreement to bind America to the prosecution of war criminals. I've been to his archives in Independence, Missouri. I've been to his library just this past year, and I find that Truman was remarkable for his willingness to abide something that I think deep down in his soul he disagreed with. He would have lined them all up and shot them and not have had a tribunal to give us precedent for international war crimes later on. In any event, the two major characters in the United States are interesting people who were involved in this. One was the head of the OSS, which was the investigative body that gathered the evidence, and his name was William Wild Bill Donovan of Western New York, of Buffalo, New York. And the chief prosecutor was on leave from the Supreme Court of the United States, Robert Jackson. The two guys were as opposite as oil and vinegar. Donovan was a World War I Medal of Honor winner, a United States attorney, and a hard-nosed, hard-pressed guy who believed that you get results by working with unsavory types, whether it was in the OSS or whether it was his theory of prosecuting the war criminals in Germany by making deals with some of the mid-level officials to sing and tell stories in a courtroom that would add life and excitement to the prosecution. Jackson, unlike his colleague, and they had real oil and vinegar situations, Jackson believed the case could be tried by documentary evidence and very little live evidence. It was a conflict. Ultimately, Donovan resigned. And Jackson, as we know, led the first major trials of the war criminals, and there were 11 or 12 other trials that occurred under the auspices of General Telford Taylor, who later taught at Columbia University. I want to just give you a synopsis of 3 documents, which I'll ask to be spread on this board here. And I want to give these as sort of an indication of some sentiments that was going on at the time of the sentencing of the first round of Nazi war criminals. So we have Harry Truman, and you'll find this in his archives, the original, writing to retired Justice Jackson, who is now going back to the Supreme Court of the United States, telling him, basically, I think that this is working out right. This will be helpful for future generations. We did the right thing. Let's go to the next one, please. On the other hand, Jerome Stryker, I guess his name is, from New York City, East 84th Street, in the high rent district today, which was not high rent in 1946, sends a telex to the president, which you'll find in his archives, saying, let's shoot him. Basically it's a sentiment, what are we getting out of this? And here's a $10 money order, by the way, to pay for the bullets. All right, let's look at the last one. The last one of this sheet is a very telling remark. This sort of tells you a lot about our current views of justice, and we had a really good question during the first panel about, how do we respond as bystanders if the nations are not really serving as effective bystanders, enforcers. And this is from an organization also in New York City suggesting that there's a lot more at stake and a lot more individuals or entities that should be the subject of investigations and prosecutions. Let me end by saying this. The Japanese war crimes transitions very well to the whole concept of war crimes prosecutions. Excuse me. In Japan, General Douglas MacArthur was essentially the super warlord to replace Emperor Hirohito. It was the way it was done. I will turn this country into a peace-loving, responsible nation that will be part of the national world. We will get rid of the samurai culture, whatever culture was responsible for the mentality at the time. There were a few war crimes trials. Tojo, who was a military figure, was hung, but very few. And he made a calculated decision that Emperor Hirohito would not be charged as a war criminal, although there was clear evidence that Hirohito knew exactly what was going on, including the devastating destruction of American prisoner of war life that we see and we know about extensively. So I end with this point. The war crimes of 1945, 46, 47 into Japan in 1950, I think it was the last one, were a one-of-a-kind, in my opinion, opportunity. You had two literally devastated nations, completely destroyed. Today's efforts, and I'm sure the co-panelists will address this, may be complicated somewhat by the fact that when we go into an area and find evidence of war crimes, we're dealing with a very hostile territory, a government in power, and we're trying to snatch out, if you will, the enforcement of standards of behavior in an existing country. So it's complicated. I think we had it once, and I think it occurred in World War II. The United States is not a willing participant in the effort to do war crimes international tribunals, as you probably know. Even under the Obama administration, there was no great support because we felt that American soldiers, if they engaged in war crimes, were better off treated under the Uniform Code of Military Justice by American law, as opposed to some foreign individual or group that wants to target the United States. So with that sort of political perspective or partisan perspective, I apologize if it is, that's the historical context that I offer.
Thank you. And moving a little closer to the modern era, Professor Blank.
Thank you. So first I want to thank everyone here at the University of Utah for putting on this great event and for including me, and I want to congratulate Amos on a really extraordinary accomplishment. The last panel talked a little bit about scholarship as a search for identity, as diving into it, and so I had the pleasure of hosting Amos for the first book talk with the physical book in hand on Monday at Emory. And in introducing him, I talked about the book as a labor of love, but I want to revise that a little bit and talk about it also as a labor of courage, because it took a lot of dedication and courage to dive into this. And so I just want to note that I think everyone here is quite impressed with that effort. I want to, I guess, introduce and flag a number of ways to think about the idea of bystander in the context of conflict and atrocities. When we think about war crimes, we're thinking about, and we're using that term on this panel very broadly. In a strict legal sense, a war crime is a violation of the law of armed conflict. It can only occur during wartime when that law applies. So I think really we're talking a little bit more about the bystander and atrocities, which would include genocide and crimes against humanity and other crimes that can occur in situations of repression that don't necessarily meet the definition of armed conflict. So I'll broaden our topic maybe a little bit. But I think I'm going to introduce a number of ways to think about this and some questions and issues. And I think each of them identifies some different component of why we are intrigued by this notion, why we're grabbed by it in some way. In essence, we're taking the idea of a bystander to a crime, which I think is what lies at the heart of Amos's book and at some of the discussions, certainly in the next panel and some of the discussions of the previous panel. And we're opening the aperture as wide as it can be. And we're talking about bystander at many levels to the biggest types of crimes we can conceive of as human beings. The Holocaust, Rwanda, Srebrenica, what ISIS is doing, Darfur. Unfortunately, I could actually keep going on that list. That's a problem in and of itself. So simply identifying what this word might mean, who it refers to in the context of mass atrocities and armed conflict is actually a challenge. And that's why I thought it might be interesting to simply introduce some of these ideas, because I'm not sure there's one answer to that question. Why is this hard? Well, immediately when we're in these bigger situations, we have a collective concept of victimhood. It's not an individual. There are individuals clearly who are victims, but we also think about a collective as a victim. There's a natural tendency for anyone in those situations to have an affinity for one's group, to see one's group as the victim. When you go and research and talk to folks in these kinds of conflict situations, what's fascinating is that both or all sides will describe themselves as the victim. And so right there, when we think about the construct that was laid out, perpetrators and victims, and then there's this amorphous in between, well, if everybody thinks of themselves as a victim, then you got to start first by sort of saying, well, who would be a bystander then? If all groups are victims and all groups are perpetrators, therefore. So does it require that we might define bystander differently in different situations, in conflict versus crime, and so on? One other interesting thing I was thinking about in the panel as the panel this morning was talking is, would we think about a bystander differently in a situation of repression, dictatorship, versus conflict? Now, often those end up being overlapping situations, but the situation of a person who fears to help someone else because the police state is going to come and take them away might be different from the situation of the person who fears to go and help someone in a situation of ongoing hostilities because they might be harmed by the hostilities going on. Different concern as the bystander. So last introductory point is, there's a lot of reasons we might talk about a bystander, especially when we get into these broad conflict and atrocity situations. The obvious one is protecting victims, right? That lies at the heart of the idea at all. But there's more. There's preventing violence and crime, right? That's part and parcel with protecting a victim. But we're also talking about assigning responsibility to act. We're talking about identifying capability, not just to do something, but to do what? What would that capability be? And that's really important when these questions of, well, what about nations doing something? That's very important. We're also talking about delineating or assigning responsibility for not acting. So there's the prospective, do something, and there's the retrospective, you didn't do anything. So now, how do we think about you? Do we think less of you? More responsibility on your shoulders in some way? And the last piece is we talk about this as a way to create condemnation, that what's happening is not okay. The idea of preventing future bystanders, right? That's ultimately in some way what Never Again is about. It's about preventing future victims and future perpetrators. How do we do that? It's also by preventing future bystanders. So I want to raise 4 or 5 different categories where I think bystander is interesting in the context of atrocities and conflict. The first one is a doctrine called responsibility to protect. Responsibility to protect is, it's often talked about in the context of international law, but it is a moral doctrine. It's a moral and humanitarian doctrine. It is not law. It's quite powerful. It really can be described as pushing back against the world and the international community as a bystander. And what responsibility to protect says is that if every sovereign nation has as its fundamental duty to protect its people and its territory, and to protect and promote their welfare. And if a nation is not doing this, and in particular, if they're the ones who are actually causing that harm, then the international community has a responsibility to step in and take over that role. In essence, the international community has the responsibility to protect the people country and government owes them. It focuses on diplomatic, humanitarian, and other peaceful means, right? It's not an authorization to use force to go and stop atrocities. It's a call to arms in the moral sense, right? Not arms, weapons, but a call to action. Stop this. At some point, it would go as far as calling for the Security Council of the United Nations to authorize the use of force collectively. But what's interesting is I was starting to think about this, well, is this the equivalent of call 911 when you see someone being harmed? What's interesting is there is no international 911. We collectively, we are. The more powerful nations, the ones with the military capability to do something, with the ability to deploy forces, resources, etc., in essence, do serve as international 911 in some way, maybe not in a satisfying manner. So this is very compelling, but it's not a legal obligation. It's not even a legal duty. it certainly is a fitting moral duty, and I would just raise, I think if you think about how this can be misapplied, you can see why it's not a legal obligation or even a legal duty. You can easily see certain nations saying they must go in and free oppressed peoples from harm that they're facing as a pretext. You may be able to think of one such nation today, possibly, that has been known to do that. What's interesting is responsibility to protect collectivizes victims. It turns the population of a nation suffering from atrocities into victim, right? It takes us away from the idea of the bystander as an individual in that nation, right? Those people seeing what's happening. It makes them all victims, and it transfers the bystanderness to the international community. As one of the questioners this morning said, well, what about Rwanda? What have we watched? We watched in Darfur. We watched, obviously there's a lot of difficult strategic questions about where you go in, how, under what circumstances, et cetera. In this context, I want to raise two other international law issues that touch on this, which is the Genocide Convention, I would say is the closest thing we have in international law to codifying a bystander obligation, and it includes an obligation to prevent or punish genocide. It's sort of the international legal codification of never again. When you see this happening, do something. The do something is really hard to put your finger on. Is it use your moral influence to call out what's going on? I think that would be considered satisfying the obligation in the Genocide Convention for a state, because international law is really reluctant to actually provide any real substantive authority for one country to use force in another country. The prohibition on that lies at the heart of our international system. The last one is in the Geneva Conventions, which are the legal framework, legal regulation of how we conduct ourselves in warfare, includes an obligation not only to respect the law of war, but to ensure respect for it. It's also not clear what that means. There's a lot of debate about that right now internationally. But I think at a minimum, it's you better pay attention to what's going on and try to see if you can encourage countries that are engaged in war to behave themselves. I know my colleague here is going to talk a little bit about criminal prosecution. So I'm going to just briefly talk about an area called transitional justice, which is the process by which states emerging from repression and conflict tried to transition towards accountability and the rule of law and stable peace and justice, democratic society, and so on. And it raises some really interesting questions about the bystander. When we think about international justice holding perpetrators to account for what they did to victims, crime and criminal law doesn't really have much to tell us about what to do with the person who was a silent supporter or maybe a silent opponent and just survived. Right? Condemn them morally or not, whatever it is, international justice has no real tools for that. But the idea of society reconciling after the fact is a lot about the bystander finding out what is their identity, what was their identity during the conflict, what was the narrative, where do they fit in the narrative, and where are they going to play a role in the narrative going forward, right? Because in some way, this whole process of reconciliation and moving forward is about a society unpacking many identities and trying to relearn a national or larger group identity to move forward. Last couple of things, I want to raise the idea of command responsibility, which I don't know if you're going to talk about it all, Dave, but command responsibility is a fundamental tenet of military law and international criminal law that says that superiors, military or civilian, are criminally responsible for crimes committed by their subordinates when they knew or should have known the crimes were committed or likely to occur, and they didn't take any measures to prevent or punish. To me, this is basically saying if you're a commander, if you're a superior, you're in charge of folks who are engaging in combat operations, you're never a bystander. You can't be one. That's what command is about, right? It's an important tenet of responsible command under the law of war. And I think that's what it's about. Command responsibility is about a sin of omission. You didn't take steps necessary to prevent or punish. And I think that's really important. We're not really prepared to transition that into our everyday civilian life. We don't have the essence of command over other people around us. But I like that idea from that context. Also, soldiers have a duty to report if they see a war crime being committed. So we also think that a soldier can't be a bystander in that sense. The last thing I want to raise in the last couple of minutes, and I should note, I don't remember which general it was, but going into, I think it was Iraq, and it might have been in 91, one of the commanding U.S. generals gave a final pep talk, and it basically said, kill it if it needs to be killed, don't kill if it doesn't need to be killed, and you see someone killing something that doesn't need to be killed, stop them, right? So do your job, don't be a perpetrator, and don't let someone else be a perpetrator. That's what that's saying. Last point is I want to raise the idea of journalists in conflict areas, war correspondents. To me, this is a fascinating way of thinking about a bystander. These are the positive bystanders. These are the ones we need. They tell us the story of what's happening. They're not there to get involved. They're there to tell us. And in essence, the journalist is a witness. Maybe that's a better word than bystander, but I'm shoving them into our conversation here. And the journalist as a bystander in the non-morally complicated sense, right? They're literally standing by to see what's happening and tell us. They bring their audience into the position of bystander. That's how we know what's happening in Darfur, in Syria, in Mosul, in wherever. It's because we have anybody with a cell phone, right? But traditionally, we have war correspondents who go and watch and report on what's happening. That's how we're able to bring the circle back to calling the international community to account for standing by, in essence. And so I think all of those raise different challenges about what is the right thing to do, what are the parameters of appropriate action. But I think when we get into these situations of conflict and atrocities, it's complicated in terms of who we're talking about. And I think maybe that's a first step, right, is let's break it down a little bit into some more smaller components. Thank you.
So Dave Schwendiman, I think, is bringing us lessons from the underworld.
Yeah, maybe a little reality, perhaps. Look, it's an honor for me to be here. It's a real delight. It's delightful not only because of the chance to meet Laurie and to talk to Henry and to get together with Dr. Barnett and the others, Pastor Lentz, who I think you're all enamored with, me too. I listened to that, was very moved. But it's also a chance for me to see colleagues and mentors, John Soltis, Rob Wallace, and others that I've known for a long time and who've taught me just about everything I know. So this is a pretty impressive crowd. Regrettably, I've not had a chance to read Amos's book yet, but I admire and respect Amos as a colleague and a friend. I hope nothing I say today is anything less than challenging. If it is challenging, it's due to Amos doing what he always does, which is provoke thought and reflection. I come to this discussion, as Wayne has said, with a practitioner's eye and sensitivity, a bit more on the practical side than the theoretical. Though as an executive prosecutor doing the job I am now doing, I have to be both. Of those of you who are prosecutors, I'm looking at a couple. No, I mean, it's fine to be theoretical, but it's also very important, necessary to be practical. As a practitioner in the world of atrocity investigation and prosecution, with experience comes certain realizations, not assumptions, but realities that shape and steer the work I do. It's frustrating at times, discouraging at times, sometimes tedious, in fact, almost always tedious, often exhilarating, but always hard-nosed and very, very real. And I want to talk about three of those realizations in this introduction. The first is, I was not there. I cannot know what it was like for the victim, no matter how many times I've talked to him or her. I cannot know what it was like for the witnesses I interview or whose statements I read. I cannot know what it was truly like for those in a mass grave that I'm responsible for. Those I'm responsible for recovering and identifying, though I can tell a great deal about what was done to them and who did it by what was left. I can piece together the circumstances of what happened, often in great and intimate detail, but I cannot say that those experiences are mine. I simply cannot presume to know what the terror, the fear, the anger, the confusion, the desperation the victim experienced was like. I can observe and engage with survivors, and through them get a sense of what they are feeling and how I am going to impact them by asking them to participate in my investigation, or, more importantly, give evidence in a prosecution. And when they begin to trust me enough to involve me in their painful recollection and memory. I can know a little of what they are now, and I can know, in some respects, whether they are no longer living in the past, but have begun to live with the past, which is, I think, a central theme of what we may be talking about. Likewise, I must piece together from what I can uncover from what is left behind a picture of what was in the minds of those who acted to cause what was done to happen. Knowing who they were when they did what they did is a puzzle that is almost never truly resolved. John Soltis taught me that a long time ago. I do what I do to investigate and prosecute atrocity, war crimes, crimes against humanity, the crimes that Laurie has detailed, these grave breaches by those whose design it is to conduct campaigns of killing, rape, torture, displacement, to use terror as a means to a political or cultural end. But there are also the engine room crimes that I deal with, the daily crimes committed by those acting on instruction or on an understanding, as imperfect as it might be, of the larger scheme or plan in their area of operation or control. They share criminal intent regardless of the multitude of motives that might drive them: jealousy, greed, hatred, revenge. Bosnia-Herzegovina, it was often revenge against people that had done them harm as a soccer coach. But again, they had a mutual understanding of what their acts were contributing to. I do what I do because I'm in the accountability business. I'm not in the revenge business. I'm not in the deterrence business either. I'm not even in the justice business, and I will talk about that in a little bit more detail later on. I am in the accountability business. That is my job, that is my craft, that is my trade, and that is my commitment. I do, however, as a human being, make moral judgments and assessments. And as a prosecutor, I do that consciously or unconsciously every time I make a prosecution decision. Let me say that since my time in Kabul, I've carried around with me a verse from the Golistan, the Rose Garden, by a 13th century poet, Persian poet. Sheikh Sadi reflects on kings and their conduct in one portion of the Golistan. And it's poignant perhaps because of the setting, because this story is set in Damascus. Set in your mind Damascus and the way it is now. And this 13th century poet talking about his experience with a king who comes to this mosque in Damascus and asks a dervish for counsel on being a king. After the dervish talks to him about how he's abused his subjects, he offers this observation in summary, and this is what I carry around with me. The human race is made up of men, all created from the one source. If one man feels pain, the others from the same source cannot be indifferent to it. You who are unmoved by others' suffering are not entitled to the name of man. Now, I have that sense with me all the time, but that's not enough. Moral outrage is so easy to come by now because it's immediate, it's on TV, it's enticing us into feeling as though there's something we ought to be doing about something. But that moral outrage is not enough. If you have to act, if you have the chance to act, as I do, You have to act to make a difference, and no less than when as a prosecutor like me than it is when someone may be standing by and watching something happening. But I have to be able to act in a way that makes a difference. Now, as a prosecutor, I get to do what I do because others, diplomats, politicians, mostly, made the decision, again, for myriads of reasons, not all especially sanguine, that people must be held accountable for what they did individually, usually during and in connection with conflict, but as Laurie mentioned, not always in connection with conflict. I'm given this responsibility to hold them accountable for violations of norms that we all have come to agree apply in these situations. But I'm also given the responsibility to do that within a context that is rather rigid. It's a criminal justice model that's been decided upon in those places that I work. Investigation, conducted consistent with international norms and standards and the expectations of those affected by it. Prosecution decisions to accuse, made consistent with international norms and standards, and more importantly, done in a way that is perceived to be legitimate by those affected by it, and to the extent that is possible, outcomes that are indeed legitimate, accusations that meet international norms, and also meet the legitimate expectations of those affected, trial that conforms to international norms, convictions or acquittals that are based on evidence that is sufficient under international norms and expectations. These are the constraints that I operate under. So, let me get to the one thing that I mentioned earlier. I don't pretend to know what justice means when it comes to all of this. I can help people regain a measure of the dignity that was taken from them when they were victimized. Through the process of investigating, I can find those who are missing and return some of their dignity by putting them back together again through the process of reassociation, giving them names again, and making them individuals as opposed to simply numbers in a tally of the mass numbers that are killed. I think Amos has done this in his own way in his book, as Professor Barnett and Henry and others who have taken on the responsibility of telling the stories of those who survived and those who did not. They give back some of that dignity. I can give those who were victims a chance in a courtroom without someone controlling them to take a little bit of control back and to regain a little bit of their dignity if they're willing to go into a courtroom in the first place. Something I have never, in the 10 years that I've been doing this, ever forced anyone to do. I have made it very clear that they go in because they elect to go in or choose to go in, whatever motive they may have to do it, and they tell the truth when they do it. I can give those who were victims a chance to purge some of the guilt. Trust me, the victims that I deal with, many of the survivors, are swimming in a sea of guilt when I first meet them and when I deal with them. And going to the courtroom, not in every circumstance, but in some, gives them a chance to purge some of that guilt. They survived while their families did not. I might even help set conditions so that people who have been condemned to live in the past can begin to live with it now and move on. I do not fool myself, I do not fool myself to think that I know what justice means or what their justice is. I can only give them the opportunity to actually sense for themselves whether they are getting justice out of their participation in my system. So, the third and last realization is that I can't do everything, or I won't be able to do anything right or well. I will fail in my primary responsibility, that is accountability for those most responsible. Not every resolution of a conflict, Syria included, considers accountability possible or even desirable. Stopping the bloodshed and the resource drain, the intervention R2P, the intervention that Laurie's spoken about, those are often the most important considerations that people engage in negotiations over stopping a conflict or stopping fighting. This happened in Bosnia and Herzegovina. accountability is often secondary, and in fact may even be considered a distraction in the negotiations. I remember sitting in a meeting where that was discussed in Afghanistan, trying to hold people that we were allied with accountable for atrocity that they committed in the early 2000s was brushed aside as impractical in terms of trying to resolve what was going on politically within the country. So I must make resources work and work in a way that achieves the best result, the greatest result, the biggest result when I'm dealing with crimes against humanity or atrocity prosecutions. I know going in that I'm not going to be prosecuting bystanders. If you talk about bystanders as those who are simply there, may even have a perception of what's going on or knowledge of what's going on, but do not act and let it happen. I know that my resources are so limited that I won't get that far. But if I pretend that I will, and I raise the expectation that I'm going to, I may destroy the legitimacy of what I do from the start. I might not be able to achieve anything that's worthwhile in the end, because those who are expecting me to do that will consider me a failure for not having done it. Now, I make moral choices, as I explained. I accept that. I even use the moral choices that people made as bystanders, and I accept that. I exploit their guilt. I exploit their moral dilemma to get them to come forward and be my witnesses. Bystanders are witnesses, by the way. If you look at this photograph, you can divide the categories of people that I would deal with almost physically, visually, certainly. There are people on the left-hand side, as I look at it, that are just there, looking on. In fact, if you look, one that really troubles me is the young boy or girl, probably a boy, at the top of the photograph, who is running alongside the police that are separating those that are being moved from the crowd. What is that young boy thinking about? What is he learning from this process? And what does he carry with him? He's probably alive today, maybe alive today. My point is, I need to use a lot of those people that are standing around there, and I need to exploit guilt that they may be feeling or some sensitivity to what happened, to be my witness in a courtroom to explain what they saw happening and heard happening in that event. So, in conclusion, give me the resources to do everything I can do. Hold me to doing what those resources allow me to do. Expect me to do what I can do under the circumstances, but do not expect me to do more than you give me the resources to do, or it's practical for me to accomplish. If you do, you will ruin whatever opportunity I have to make the difference that I spoke about in the beginning.
I sometimes point out to my classes, you ask 4 lawyers a question, you're probably going to get at least 6 different opinions about it. We asked 3 very talented lawyers a question, and we got dozens of issues on which to then chew a little bit further. We talked about immunity of witnesses, as well as, in fact, even perpetrators, in order to hold others accountable. The difference between law and moral standards. Is there something beyond the law that we need to live up to? We talked about the role of witnesses and victims in meeting each other. But we also talked a lot about current hot-button issues, the rise of ethno-cultural conflicts around the world. What should we as an international, as a member of the international community be doing? The law as well as morality and political realities. There's a host of things here to discuss. So again, coming in order from one side to the other, Henry, I know General Donovan wanted to use not just witnesses, but perpetrators as witnesses in a trial. Can you talk a little bit further about that conflict between him and...
Yes. So the time is roughly August of 1945. Donovan had developed a relationship with one of the 18 or 19 first defendant trial perpetrators, name of which escapes me, but he was certainly a very junior official, perhaps in the finance department. I think the guy's name was Schacht. In any event, what's that? It might be right. You might be right. In any event, so what happens is Donovan develops this relationship, sees him as somebody who'd be in a position to really open a book on the intrigue, et cetera, and the planning and this and the other thing, to add a real good measure of persuasiveness, not only at the trial itself, but for future generations. Donovan was aware of that. So he reports this to Jackson. And Jackson said, under no circumstances, we're not dealing with these people. I've told you, that's at the end of it. And it reached a point of such a contentious situation that by the fall of 1945, Donovan resigned. He said, I'm pulling the evidence together. You're just fixated on these documents. Truly, there were tens of thousands of documents, records that were retrieved in the course of the investigation. But you've excluded me from any sort of insight on how to make this an effective prosecution for the present, but for the future as well. And so he resigns. But like David, who I think probably gave the most effective presentation to future prosecutors that I have ever heard about what he said was, I do what I do to investigate and prosecute. I do the best I can. I mean, it's incredible what I just heard, and I spent years doing that. But the notion of using an accomplice, a perpetrator, to make your case, every prosecutor in the United States uses that. It makes, you hopefully don't go for number one on the chain. You go for somebody lower on the chain because it's very difficult to make a case, and I did this all my life as a prosecutor. It's very difficult to make a case using number one to testify against number 5, 10, 11, and 12. Jurors don't like that. They could buy it if your accomplice is all the way down on the food chain. But that was Donovan. Donovan, I mean, he was an incredible lawyer. His post-World War II life, when he founded a major law firm called Donovan Leisure, they were all OSS guys. They all loved each other, a band of brothers, was remarkable. But he had that major difference with Jackson. Anyway.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to turn to Laurie next. And would you mind expanding a little more on what we as citizens should think about our moral position in the world with all these rules? And we watch what apparently is just wholesale violation, slaughter of people, slaughter of innocents. How should we respond to that as citizens in a strong nation?
So that may be the eternal question.
I'm afraid that's what we're here for, isn't it?
But let me break it down a little bit, because maybe it may be too big to put my arms around. But so let's start with education and knowledge. We're starting to have a conversation, at least an undercurrent of conversation in this country, about the need for better education about civics. So we understand how our government works and the role of different government actors. That seems to have maybe been lost a bit. There's an equally important conversation to be had about educating all of us, our children, their children, and so on, to be good citizens of the world. And that means understanding a little bit about this thing we call international relations, about other countries, why they might have different interests. It doesn't mean becoming an expert on, each country's particular interests, but simply understanding that just like people have different perspectives, countries have different perspectives. They sit in different places, they sit in different geopolitical environments, and so on. From my perspective, from what I focus on, I think a really important piece of this is understanding that there are basic rules when we do have to go into that let's say, most chaotic and violent and hopefully least prevalent engagement that humans can engage in, and that is war. Obviously, it's not as unprevalent as it should be. There are rules. There are a lot of rules for how we conduct ourselves in wartime. They've been around for millennia. In fact, when Dr. Lentz comes back in, we'll see if he can pull some out of the Old Testament and the New Testament for us. But there are rules in every culture as far back as you can go to the Old Testament, in Indian culture, in Chinese culture, in Islamic culture, and so on, that talk about regulating the conduct of hostilities in some way. Okay, if I listed some of these, they may not feel terribly satisfying to you, but they are about not having total war. I don't think there's a real sense among, let's call them ordinary, meaning folks who don't, just like I don't necessarily have a sense of the various ways to diagnose a disease, folks who don't spend a lot of time thinking about this have no real sense that there are rules when we fight wars, that you don't kill prisoners, that you don't torture people to get information, that you don't kill civilians who are not involved in the conflict, and you don't bomb churches, and you don't bomb hospitals, and so on. That's an important starting point. And that's required under the law, is to disseminate the Geneva Conventions, not just to your military who are going to fight the wars, but to your civilian populations, so that they can be good citizens of the world. Because those civilian populations become soldiers when they grow up sometimes, or are the parents of soldiers who send them off to war, or are the doctors and nurses who treat them, and the teachers who educate them, and so on. So to me, that's an initial starting point, is to be able to look at something like Rwanda. I'm going to pick something that happened a while ago, so it's sometimes, as opposed to a current conflict, but we have plenty to talk about now. And not just be able to say, oh, the Tutsis and the Hutus hate each other. So look what happens when they, these tribal conflicts, they just hate each other and they're going to go kill each other until it's over. That's not how we should think about this. We need to step back and think about this as maybe there are valid grievances between these two groups, and maybe the only way they can resolve it is to actually engage in hostilities. Fine. Get your armed forces together and engage in hostilities. Don't involve the civilians. Don't go hunting down everybody from one ethnic group and killing them, and so on and so forth. And we can't just think about everything as, oh, well, those people far away over there, and I can't find that place on a map, they're killing each other. Because we're not acting like informed and moral citizens of the world if we do that. As to what we can do, it's, I think it's so case-by-case specific, and it's so dependent. We happen to live in a country that has the greatest capacity of any country, certainly currently, maybe in the history of time, to go in and try to stop these things. That doesn't mean we have to do it in every situation. It does mean that we bear a greater moral responsibility to use our capabilities for good. How we define good, again, some people would say you shouldn't send your forces there because you're escalating the violence. Maybe that for some people that's simply not falling within the category of good. You're going to make it worse, this and that. But you can't equivalate the United States and the Marshall Islands when it comes to trying to stop what ISIS is doing to the Yazidis or what's happening in Darfur. But I don't think you can put it all on the shoulder of one country. But I do think if we understood better that there are rules, that there are frameworks for how we think about things, we could contribute better to a conversation. We could demand more effective leadership from our elected representatives in terms of thinking about these issues. And maybe it wouldn't get us to where we need to be, but maybe we'd be 2 steps down the road.
And I want to add plaudits to the students of the College of Law, the Laurie View, for engaging in a public awareness program of this type, along with, I should point out, many, many, many other organizations around the world that are engaged in similar efforts of civic engagement. So these are important events. Thank you, Laurie, for adding to that. Dave, I want to bring you back to your discussion of what you can do and what you can bring to the survivors, the victim families and relatives, and reflect a little bit more on the things that you saw in Bosnia in particular. You took me on a couple of tours that I won't recount for the group. but it is an ongoing difficulty as to how to reconcile the victims and perceived perpetrators who then perceive the other side as perpetrators. And I know you've struggled with that. How do we address that?
Well, Laurie spoke of transitional justice, and one of the tenets of transitional justice is that there has to be accountability at some point for the crimes that were committed, for the tragedies that were done. I have a very hard time with the notion of reconciliation. As I said and alluded to in my comments, I'm not in the reconciliation business. I don't prosecute crimes to reconcile people to horrible things that happened to them or to the people that did it to them. That may be an outcome, and I would certainly applaud that people learn to live with one another, forgive, but never forget. Fine. When you're talking about conflicts that have their origins in narratives that are long-standing or narratives that may erupt currently because of long-standing tribal relations or sensibilities, it's a much more complicated and fraught situation and puzzle, challenge. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, and I apologize to anyone in here who is from Bosnia and Herzegovina or came from Bosnia and Herzegovina, because this is not my story, it's yours. One of the problems was that the Dayton Accords in November 1995 stopped the fighting, but they never really stopped the war. The circumstances were really never resolved. And we are now finding, so many years on, that those circumstances are erupting in small explosions all over in that area in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There's talk again of maybe going back to the fighting. The great thing is that the resolution did take large weaponry away from the people that could use them again to do such damage, like the damage they did before. Bosnia and Herzegovina is not unique in this way. The conflict that I'm dealing with right now is an acid bath of narratives that have long-standing roots and are embedded in people that feel themselves to be victims on all sides. As Laurie mentioned, this notion of victimhood, this constant notion that I'm a victim. Some feel they're victims and they have to act out to protect themselves, so they commit atrocities to make sure that they're not on the receiving end. There are passive monuments in Sarajevo, Bobby can tell you about, holes in the ground that are made by shells that were fired 18 years ago. And they're left there on purpose to make sure that people realize this is not over. It's not going to end. It'll happen to you again. It could happen to you again. So be really careful. Make sure you bury that weapon or you hide it and you've got it available to you if you actually need it. So when you're talking about reconciliation, you're talking about bringing people back together. I believe, or I wouldn't be doing this, that prosecuting people, holding them accountable, making them accountable for what they did is absolutely essential for all kinds of reasons. If out of that there comes some sense that, okay, I can put the past behind me now, I won't forget it, but I can live with it and I can move on with my life, that is the best outcome I can think of. Things build from there. Development builds from there. People commit to their community again. They commit to a larger community again. They commit to economic development again. And they stop living with this notion that the past is going to consume me for the rest of my life.
I have so many more questions I'd love to discuss, but I want to get people from the audience engaged. We have the 2 microphones set up, and we will take as many questions as we have time for. Russ?
Professor, one of the questions that we seem to gloss over is how on earth did Germany and Japan, who must have felt victimized by the Allied forces, how did they become so quickly reconciled to living in the post-war world of cooperation and common spirit? How did that happen when we can't even solve a small little regional conflict with any degree of alacrity?
Well, if I can just offer one comment, because that's a very interesting question. Certainly in Germany, and the Marshall Plan, which Truman and Secretary of State Marshall crafted, was a remarkable foundation for Germany, at least, that would be a participant in the world as a not as a aggressive warlike force. We know that in Japan, General MacArthur, his approach literally shook that country to its rock bottom in a matter of 4 or 5 years. And from there, Japan has emerged as a very important contributor to world peace, or whatever you want to describe it. Is that a precedent that we can see for future crisis areas? I don't know. I'm not a politician. But I know those two things are really important. The Marshall Plan, which cost, I don't know, maybe $400 million or something like that, which today's dollars, we can do the math, is pittance, created a stable area. Okay.
No, just let me say something really quickly. They were defeated. They had no choice when it came to having imposed upon them this criminal justice model for holding people accountable for what had happened. That's terribly important. Secondly, in Germany, it took years, it took decades really, for things to become, for them to take on responsibility for prosecuting in their own way those who were accountable, or those who had to be held accountable for what had happened. So I don't think they came to it immediately. I think it was something that they grew into over time. They also shared, at least the Germans shared, Western values. In Japan, I don't know that much about Japan, but it was made into an industrial and economic success as a result, again, of something much like the Marshall Plan, where they were induced back into the community of nations. I'm afraid, based on my experience, we have very little of that going on now. And actually, my experience in Afghanistan as the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, we spent a lot of money, and not really much has come of that in terms of what you were talking about, coming back into the community of nations.
And the degree of existing ethnic conflicts within Iraq, Afghanistan, some of the other nations that we're dealing with, may be itself a major contributing factor. I can't help but point that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like a tiny comment, because I was going to say they were thoroughly defeated. There was nothing left. Germany and Japan are the only real examples of nation building, this fraught term that we use to talk about Bosnia and Kosovo and East Timor and everywhere else. They are examples, but Germany and Japan were wiped to the ground, and then we actually built, the allies and the international community, built nations, right? I mean, on the foundation of what was there, but that is actually what nation building is on some level. We don't end wars like that anymore. There's a real reluctance to push to the point of complete, total defeat and unconditional surrender. Yeah. So we may not be in a position to assert that level of control. We, the royal we, right, not the U.S. or anything, assert that level. Now they're negotiated. Even when one side almost really completely defeats the other, there's a negotiated end, right?
Yeah. We don't even fight wars. We don't even fight wars with reconciliation and reconstruction foremost in mind. It's a much different way of engaging in conflict now.
We have, by my calculations, 6 minutes left and 7 people standing at the microphones. We're going to do
2 questions at a time. Do you want to do that? Let 2 or 3 people ask.
Okay, let's do. That's very good. We'll take 3 at a time and then see if we can respond.
Okay, so mine is a question about evidence. If everyone in a conflict thinks that they are victims, then it sounds like your job as a prosecutor is to find quote-unquote facts. And I'm curious, since Jackson won the Nuremberg trial with documents, how are we thinking, or how are lawyers, I'm a political scientist from the university, how are lawyers thinking about the documentary evidence versus the eyewitness evidence?
And there are groups working on that, I know. Yes, sir.
So one thing has always been true, that war crimes take international commitment to make them anybody accountable. If signatory states like Kenya are proposing a total pullout by the African Union, are there customs or laws left after the Rome Statutes that can enforce any amount of international accountability and that keep bystanders from being the thin line between just war and war crimes?
Okay, good question. Yes, sir.
Looking at this from the standpoint of the bystander, and I had the privilege of hearing Dr. Goria present his thesis some years ago at the Tanner Center, the total number of prosecutions from Nuremberg, Japan, and on to The Hague represents, fewer people have been prosecuted than would represent one SS division. Isn't this a record of abject futility, and doesn't that disincentivize anybody who might be a bystander and make the process of codifying bystanding an insoluble conundrum?
Yeah, okay, good. Let's start with the evidence question.
Okay,
then.
Great. Yes, evidence is a major problem. I would love to have archives like the Germans kept to make my job a little bit easier. These cases are made, however, not necessarily on the documentary evidence. The documentary evidence is a forensic way of corroborating what you get from witnesses, people that will tell you what happened, where they were, who did it, how it was done. Those witnesses break down into different categories. We have what we call a crime base, which we have to lay, which are the crimes that were committed. Those are usually victims and survivors that testify about what happened to them, when it happened, where it happened, how it happened. I then have witnesses that are link witnesses, witnesses that help establish the accountability of those people that made it happen, that created the circumstances or gave the orders. I find bodies, remains, human beings in graves. I can then put together those bodies and human beings. I can track their survivors down. I can match them up, and I can match them up with when they were lost, when they disappeared, which tends to corroborate my victims and my survivors, the people that didn't see people killed but said they disappeared. It also corroborates people who actually were involved in it, who said, I did this or we did this, and these people were left there. That corroborates things. Documentary evidence helps me, when it's available, document that these people gave the orders, or these people were in the chain of command, or these people had no way of not knowing that they were in fact precipitating events that were going to lead to catastrophe. Just orders to field grade commanders, for example. Orders ordering up construction equipment, graders and backhoes to dig graves. Engineering units that were issued fuel that would fuel the backhoes and the graders that were going out to places. Drivers that were qualified on this kind of equipment. All of that sort of stuff is what you go looking for. Is it easy? Not by a shake. I'm working on a case that's 18, 20 years old right now. I'm trying to reconstruct recollection and memory of people that are telling me what happened to them 18 years ago, and trying to corroborate that with evidence that people have every reason to want to get rid of and not let me get close to. So yes, it is a problem, but it is one worth taking on, and it's one worth doing. And it can be, that's the important thing, it can be done.
Yeah, and I want to add to something Laurie said about the role of journalists. There are groups,
Absolutely.
I saw Amal Clooney complaining about the lack of documentation of what ISIS is doing, but there are groups I know working clandestinely to gather all of that information and to keep those records. Yes, we won't have the documentation that the Nazis kept, but we'll have some pretty solid proof when we get a chance to use it. Laurie?
So I want to, I think your question about, if the international dimension isn't working, then what happens? If I can summarize your question for you. It's a really important question, and it gives me the opportunity to highlight that the international criminal justice framework, paradigm, commitment is a last resort. war crimes and crimes committed during wartime, during atrocities, etc., are the responsibility of a state to prosecute. Every state has this responsibility. Every state in the world has signed and ratified the Geneva Conventions, which place an obligation to search for, prosecute, or extradite those who commit grave breaches, which are the crimes that Dave described before. So the U.S. is obligated to prosecute any U.S. person who, soldier, Marine, airman, sailor, etc., who commits a violation of the law of war, a war crime during armed conflict. We have done this. It is our obligation to do so. The reason that we're not part of the Rome Statute is not because we don't want to do it. It's because we think we can handle it ourselves. Separate conversation. If a country cannot, for any number of reasons, capacity, the hostilities are still going on, they can't agree on how to do it, that resources, etc., that's when the international community steps in. And so the Rome Statute is the International Criminal Court founded by the Rome Statute is a court of last resort. It's there for when a country can't do it themselves. So your question is a really important one to remind us that war crimes are not just international law. They're national law. They're domestic law. It is the obligation of all states to do this. It's just that they can't all do it as well as it needs to be done. And I'm going to segue to the last question, which is, should we just be totally unsatisfied? I don't see where you are, who asked the question. Is this just an abject failure, I think were the words, or inadequacy, futile? There's lots of words to get there. So in general, any prosecutor has to exercise discretion, and I'm sitting with two, and I'm not a prosecutor, so forgive me for telling your story, but has to exercise discretion, on who to prosecute. We don't prosecute all criminals in this country. Lots of them don't get prosecuted for any number of reasons, including we don't have enough evidence, or we're going to give them immunity to get somebody else, or who knows what. In general, international prosecutions are about going after those most responsible. Most international criminal tribunals have that in their statute in some way. And I would, say, and I'm very much an internationalist and believe in international law, so I come from that perspective. If we get one person for committing an atrocity and we hold them accountable, that's better than nobody. So, sure, did we get all the Nazis and prosecute them all? No. But we got a lot of them. And we laid the groundwork for what is a pretty remarkable framework of international justice. Will we hold accountable people from Syria? I hope so. If we don't, it's not because this law doesn't matter, right? It's because there are obstacles in the way. So I guess I would flip your question around and say it's pretty remarkable that we've held accountable as many people as we have.
And I'm sorry we didn't get to all of the questions that the audience members have, but I'm delighted that we raised more questions than we could answer, actually, because that's the road to education. So thank you all. I know the organizers have instructions for us.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. We now have a lunch break, and the next panel will start at 12:30 promptly. Lunch is free. It's down the hallway, all the way east on the 6th floor, and then take a right into the last classroom on the 6th floor. And enjoy lunch. Thank you so much.
So this is where
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I think we might have a couple of stragglers coming in, but we're going to get started, and we've asked them to come through the back door to not disturb us too much. I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker this afternoon, Professor Jeremy Waldron. Professor Jeremy Waldron is University Professor at NYU Law School. He previously taught at Berkeley, Columbia, and most recently as Chichely Professor of Political Theory at Oxford. He has written numerous books, some of which worth pointing out are Torture, Terror, and Trade-Offs, which was published in 2010, Dignity, Rank, and Rights, which was published in 2012, and he has a forthcoming book entitled One Another's Equals, The Basis of Human Equality, and that is based on Professor Waldron's 2015 Gifford Lectures at Edinburgh. The title of Professor Waldron's speech today is Bystanders, Perpetrators, Victims, a Triangular Relation. And with that, I would like to introduce Professor Jeremy Waldron. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I want particularly to thank Amos Giora, both for producing that wonderful book, for inviting me here today. I want to thank Miriam Lovin, who in my case made all the arrangements. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be asked to talk about this. I wasn't sure when Giora approached me that I would have much to say on this matter. I have written a little bit about these themes before. In 2003, I published a piece in a special issue of The Monist, which is a philosophy journal, devoted to the question of moral distance. This is the special issue. It was edited by Dean Chatterjee, who is over here. And that was a piece called Who is My Neighbor? Proximity and Humanity. And it was mostly a set of reflections on the Good Samaritan parable, which we already discussed at the first of our sessions this morning. I was particularly interested in that case, in the case of the Good Samaritan parable, with the point that John Lentz made about the disparity between the members of the various communities involved. As the philosopher Peter Winch once remarked, when you think about the Samaritan coming to the aid of the Jewish man who had fallen among thieves and was left half dead lying by the side of the road, you might as well think about a Palestinian coming to the aid of an Israeli. It was that sort of disparity between the two communities. And what it conveyed to us was the limits of using an easy notion of community to articulate the responsibility of those who are witness to the plight of others. In the Good Samaritan story, I believe we are not really dealing with the issue of bystanders as we have focused on it today. And that's because this is the aftermath of a crime in the Good Samaritan story, and those who pass by and the man who helped are not witnesses to the crime. They are, in the sense of the rather wide definition of bystander that Amos uses in his book, they are witnesses to the plight of the man who fell among thieves, and it's pretty obvious that he has been the victim of a crime, but they're not witnesses to the crime itself. And I would think that for today's purposes, we're mostly interested in bystanders who are present, as these bystanders are here, present to a crime taking place in front of their eyes and doing nothing or doing something in response to the crime. That's the issue discussed in the book Complicity, and that's the issue that really we want to focus on today. One of the reasons why I want to emphasize that is I believe we are dealing with not just a relationship between bystander and victim, the solidarity between them that ought to have led the bystander to intervene. We are also dealing with a relationship between bystander and perpetrator, for they too are members of a common community, and they too may have responsibility for one another. And I want to explore today the triangular relationship between bystander, perpetrator, and victim. In this picture, the relationship between the 50-odd bystanders that we can see, the 30-odd victims that we can see, and the 20-odd members of the German forces or local police who are marching them away. It's a triangular relationship, and we need to think about its dynamics in that triangular way. A second piece in which I have written about these matters was a few years earlier than the monist piece in the Santa Clara Law Review. I focused in that piece on a troubling American news report from that time, which is going to be relevant to our third panel today. It was a news report about definitely a crime and a bystander in my narrow sense of a person who witnessed a crime taking place and not just post facto witnessed the plight of the victim. It concerned a young man called David Cash, a Los Angeles resident who saw his friend, a man called Jeremy Strohmeyer, age 19, of Long Beach, California, attack a very young girl in the ladies' restroom of a Nevada casino near Las Vegas, but walked away without trying to stop the attack or without reporting it. The victim, whose name was Sharice Iverson, was then sexually molested and strangled to death. Strohmeyer was apprehended and charged, of course, with sexual assault and murder. But his friend David Cash, who had climbed up onto the toilet seat of an adjacent stall in the restroom to watch the beginning of the assault, was not charged with anything. Clark County District Attorney Stuart Bell said, Cash's inaction may be a crime in the eyes of God, but not in the eyes of the Nevada legislature. Now, in that case, what's striking to me, what strikes me as very important for our meditations in today's conference, is not just the solidarity that ought to have existed between David Cash and the young woman who was being assaulted, which ought to have led him to intervene or at least call for help, but also the solidarity, is that the right word, at least the relationship and the responsibility between David Cash and his friend, Jeremy Strohmeyer. And I think it's important to focus on that relationship, as I said, because at least on some conceptions of friendship, friends have a responsibility to make sure that friends do not commit crimes of this sort. Friends have a responsibility to save their friends from, and this is very old-fashioned talk, moral danger. He has a responsibility to save the young woman from the physical and horrendous danger of the assault, but he has a responsibility to intervene and take some responsibility for the actions of his friend. Not necessarily in the sense of being complicit or non-complicit. This is going way beyond that. It's trying to look at the relationship between bystander and perpetrator and find that that relationship can also ground the responsibility to intervene. When philosophers, sometimes I'm a philosopher, and there are no philosophers on any of the panels today, so I'm going to have to fill in a little bit. When philosophers talk about people's responsibility to rescue others who have gotten into difficulties, they sometimes mention and then set aside special relationships. If I'm the lifeguard on a beach and you guys are all the bathers, it's definitely my responsibility to keep a lookout for anybody in difficulties and then to devote myself to rescuing them from those difficulties. That's how we understand the special relationship of the lifeguard to various victims. And maybe we could construct some such special relationship in the case of assaults and crimes as well. We could think of the special relationship of a police officer who has the duty not just to apprehend the wrongdoer, but to intervene physically, even at some risk to himself, and stop the assault taking place. Police officers have the function of stopping crime, not just participating in its punishment. So we can begin to talk about the difference between the mere bystander, who has no relationship in the case, and the special relationship of certain bystanders. And often philosophers want to ask questions. What duty do I have to intervene in a case where I have no special relationship to the victim? There I am sitting by a swimming pool, and some child I know nothing about gets into difficulties in the swimming pool, and by reaching out an arm, I could rescue her from the plight that she's in. It's an easy rescue, and I know I could do that. What obligation do I have? That's the way philosophers and sometimes some lawyers ask the question about easy rescue cases. For reasons that I'm going to explain, I don't think that's a helpful way of beginning to focus on situations like this. And I also don't think it's a helpful way to begin to focus either on the sexual assault cases that we will talk about later on this afternoon. But most of all, I want to focus particularly on tough questions, hard questions, as I've already indicated, about special relationships not only between bystander and victim, but between bystander and perpetrator. Because sometimes by stipulating that the lifeguard has a special relationship, we imply that nobody except the lifeguard has a special relationship. But let's think about more problematic cases where we might want to probe a relationship to see if there's some special responsibility, or cases where we might want to rehabilitate a relationship in order to construct a special responsibility. I've already mentioned the relationship of one friend to another. And I think one way of understanding friendship is that friends have a responsibility to make sure friends don't drive drunk. Friends have a responsibility to make sure friends don't engage in sexual assault. Friends have a responsibility to make sure friends don't involve themselves in crimes at all. We sometimes think about friendship in that way. I think we ought to think about friendship in that way. It's the old Aristotelian notion of friendship, that friends wish for one another's good, not just for one another's benefit, in the sense of material benefits or satisfactions. Or we might want to think about the relationship of teammates. I'm sure this will come up this afternoon in the third panel when we're thinking, for example, about sexual assaults in the context of athletics participants, where you have, instead of David Cash and Jeremy Strohmeyer, you have one member of a team engaged in a sexual assault and another member of the team who is watching and witness to the sexual assault, and whether we want to insist that that particular relationship of being teammate in what ought to be an honorable athletic enterprise ought to generate reporting responsibilities, intervening responsibilities, and so on. Sometimes in war crime situations, this wasn't mentioned at the last panel, at least not until question time, which I missed, we sometimes have assigned bystanders whose function it is to stand by, witness what happened, but also to intervene. The Dutch peacekeepers in Srebrenica, who had the responsibility, in some sense, to put themselves in harm's way if only their commanders had allowed them to do that, to stop scores of young men being taken away in buses to their death. Laura talked in the second panel today about the special responsibilities of military commanders who witness war crimes taking place by the people under their command, or the responsibilities of ordinary soldiers who have, how has she put it, not only the responsibility to kill those who need to be killed and not to kill those who don't need to be killed, but to report the killing of those who don't need it, or put a stop to the killing of those. So we have special responsibilities in those cases. Laura also mentioned the special responsibilities of journalists to bear witness to what is happening and to make that witness widely available. And I think I would want to complement that with some sense of the special responsibility of all of us to find out what is happening in the world that we inhabit. Where are these people being led to? What's going to become, to ask questions not only of the soldiers or the police there, but to ask questions of each other, to try and pool our knowledge rather than, as it were, turn a righteous blind eye. The most striking question about special responsibility in this picture, and I need to ask a question about the picture. This is a picture from Germany, or is it a picture? From Baden, yes. Okay, so we have a special responsibility there, not only between the bystanders and the ranks of the victims, but the bystanders and the ranks of the officials namely that they are fellow citizens in an enterprise. And what is being done by the men in uniform is being done, in some sense, in the name of the people who are lining the route. They have responsibilities of accountability between police officers and citizens, but the citizens have a responsibility of their own to find out what is being done in their name, not only to watch it with the almost voyeur-like fascination, not to mention the very disturbing depiction here of people bringing their children to watch what is happening, holding the children up so they can see this parade going by. There was a question today that asked about the responsibility of somebody with children to put herself in harm's way, but here's somebody who is treating this as a source of entertainment for her children. But it does seem to me that the issue of common relationship of citizenship between bystanders and perpetrators in this relationship is important. It's important for a number of reasons. I'll mention a couple of them. One is that what is happening is evidently being done in the name, and this is not necessarily a democratic situation, but it's being done in the name of the German people. It's being done in the name of the nation, something that we occlude sometimes by using Nazi as a synonym for wartime German. Yeah? Whereas in fact, much of what happened was carried out by German soldiers, not just Nazi officials. So we need to understand this was by Germans in the name of Germany, and that gives itself a basis of responsibility. We have to think a little bit about the possibility that there is some shared ethos between perpetrators and bystanders, so that somebody could have shouted from the sidelines there, from the left or from the right, "You call yourself a German soldier and you're doing this?" Yeah? And the other thing to remember is that we are looking at 50 bystanders in this circumstance, and we need to consider when we're talking about citizen responsibility, not just what citizens have to do one by one, but what they can do and what they should do together, either in these small numbers. I mean, I don't want this to be misunderstood. This is not just a point about collective responsibility, important though collective responsibility is, and it was emphasized in this morning's discussion as well. I'm not just talking about the collective responsibility of the German nation, which responsibility was embraced after 1945. Not just the collective responsibility of the German nation, but the collective responsibility of each and all of these citizens lining the streets to stand ready to act and cry out with others about what is going on, so that, I'm not saying there's safety in numbers, but there's more that can be done in numbers if people understand that their relationship to both the victims who are being marched away and the perpetrators who are marching them away is a relationship that is, in some sense, a joint and several relationship of citizenship. It's a relationship of each of the citizens, and it's a relationship of all of the citizens. We know, of course, that it is true that some persons acted quietly and heroically as individuals, many whose culpability, indeed complicity, in these mass murders is our topic today. They acted quietly and heroically as individuals, even though some others assembled and acted or failed to act in groups. Here we have lining the streets and perhaps taunting the victims as they are being led away. But any account of their moral situation has to take the issue of numbers into account, because we are dealing with crimes committed not just in their names one by one, but in all their names taken together and collectively. Now, as I said, in some of my manifestations I'm a philosopher, in other manifestations I'm a law professor, sometimes a political theorist. I have all these voices in my head. It's my contention that as we think through these issues, I said this a moment ago, it's probably not always helpful to focus in the first instance on cases of easy rescue, straightforward cases of easy rescue. What philosophers often do is say, okay, it's all very difficult, and where there are heavy costs to be incurred, that's going to be a problem. Let's start with the easiest cases, where it's perfectly apparent what is going on. It's perfectly apparent that you could intervene to stop it. It's perfectly apparent that you could do so without cost to yourself. Does anybody think you have, that you don't have an obligation to intervene in those circumstances? Hands go up on both sides of the issue. And that's, I think, it's understandable that we would approach matters that way. We think if we can't even establish a duty to intervene or a duty of rescue in the cases where the rescue is bound to succeed, if only somebody will undertake it, or in cases where there are no costs to the bystander in intervening, then we're not going to have much hope of establishing the case for intervention where there are costs or where there is a likelihood of failure to succeed. So maybe it makes sense analytically to begin our consideration of the duty to intervene with the easy intervention, with the easy intervention cases. I actually don't think that's very sensible. I think we are better to start off with the cases where there really are costs and meditate as hard as we can on those, rather than to start with the no-cost situation, which immediately problematizes all the cases when there are costs involved. Think about what we say about negative duties. I have a duty not to assault or murder people in this room. I have a duty not to kill. And in some cases, most cases, that duty does not require me to bear any particular burdens. In most cases, I can easily accomplish the self-restraint that's required for not killing. And if somebody says, okay, well, let's start off our discussion, at least when there's no cost to you, you shouldn't kill other people. Yeah? But the rule against murder is supposed to do its paradigm work where the opportunity costs of not killing are very high, when somebody would stand to gain a great advantage from killing another person, or when the opportunity costs of indulging anger or fury or vengeance of some sort would be very high. We're supposed to say that the norm against murder does its paradigm work in cases where at least the opportunity costs of complying with the norm are very high, and that's what we take to be its natural habitat. And similarly, it seems to me that if we're going to defend a duty to intervene in these cases, we have to begin by embracing the situation in which that will be costly. It's, in a way, easier for us to see that a duty is involved when we understand from the get-go that there are going to be costs involved in that duty. Somebody asked in this morning's discussion, in the question and answer period after the first panel, well, what about when people have a family to look after and they have other concerns that will be endangered by intervening? And I had hoped that theologically, if not morally, we might want to raise questions about this situation, which is in that situation in the society where this is going on a daily basis in every community across Germany. Tell me again why people are entitled to feel that they can raise their children in comfort and security. Yeah? Tell me again why people are entitled in the midst of this horror to think they're entitled to take refuge in private life. I don't underestimate the importance of the claims of private life. Dr. Barnett will know more about this than I do, but towards the end of the Second World War, Dietrich Bonhoeffer got married. Got engaged to be married, and people were alarmed at him for having done that in the midst of this horror. And one of the things that he said is that we have to continue to bear witness to the possibility of good life, even in the midst of horror. And that's an important thing. So I don't want to disparage this utterly, but we do have to ask about the comfort that we seek in the midst of these horrors, and the comfort that we're entitled to seek, and the security against danger that we're entitled to have in circumstances of these horrors. Some of the time I'm a philosopher, and philosophers sometimes use some technical notions to try to make sense of the costs that we have to bear. They understand that if we had a general duty to benefit all mankind, that duty could overwhelm us. We would never have any time to look after ourselves and our families. And they say, therefore, our obligation to help others is an imperfect obligation. If you heard this language, it's an imperfect obligation rather than a perfect obligation. I have a perfect obligation not to kill other people, which means every time the question arises, I'm not to kill. But it's not the case that every time the question arises, I have to benefit other people. Many of us think this about giving money to homeless people on the street. Some don't give any money at all, or they give money to homeless charities. But those of us who give money to people on the streets develop a sort of internal economy. We give money on some occasions, and to some people and not to others. We give a certain amount of money, not all the money that we could give. We treat it as an imperfect duty. We see that there's a certain amount of discretion and wriggle room. And although we might condemn somebody who gave nothing at all, we might think there was something perverse about a person who treated this just like the duty, the negative duty, not to kill. Now, it seems to me that whether that technical apparatus of imperfect duty is helpful here or not, it may not be helpful in this sort of situation where we're confronted with criminal horror. Think again about David Cash standing up on that lavatory seat to look into the next stall to see his friend assaulting a little girl. And we are to imagine him saying, well, on some such occasions I should intervene, just as on some such occasions I'll give money to beggars, but I don't have to intervene in every case, because I'm not the one who's doing the assaulting. We would think in those cases that the deployment of the apparatus of imperfect duty was inappropriate in those cases. And maybe, I don't know exactly how we would apply it here, but again, the question would be whether in the circumstances of this sort of horror, people are entitled to the respite from duty, the respite from obligation that would normally be occurring in the imperfect duty examples. Or for that matter, even think about the Good Samaritan in the biblical parable. The philosopher Peter Winch, who I mentioned before, who had said one might as well tell a story about a Palestinian coming to the aid of an Israeli, Peter Winch had another meditation on probably the frame of mind of the Samaritan who intervened to help. The Samaritan probably said to himself, I can't just leave him here to die. Right? It's not a matter of discretion, he would say. I can't leave him here to die. Once I get it in my head that I could help, I have to help. Now, he didn't mean a physical cannot, because the priest and the Levite who'd passed by had no physical difficulty in looking on the plight of the man and then walking by on the other side. But it would seem to those who intervene that they're dealing with a matter of moral necessity rather than moral discretion. And it seems to me to be unhelpful to introduce moral discretion into the circumstance, demanding though the situation may be. Let me compound that even further by going back to the theme of common citizenship. Common citizenship among all the people lined up on the sidewalk here and the sidewalk over there. And the fact that any intervention which is likely to have any effect is going to have to be intervention en masse, to shout, to demonstrate, to lie down in front of the car or in front of the parade, that any intervention of that sort is going to have to be collective intervention. Then at that stage, with half the people thinking they have discretion to involve themselves and half the people thinking they have discretion not to involve themselves, it's much harder to satisfy the duty, which is to hold yourself ready to act with others if action with others becomes a possibility. To hold yourself ready for action with others. And particularly circumstances where the bystanders have ties of common citizenship, both with the victims and with the perpetrators, and with each other. The and with each other requires, in a sense, all of them to hold themselves ready to do something that may be involved in the interaction here. Certainly, they should act together to perform the epistemic duty, fancy philosopher's word for finding out what's happening duty, to ask each other, and Amos traces this in his book, that one cannot just take refuge in the fact, I didn't know. The question is, did you ask? Who did you ask? Who did you talk to about this? What did they say to you? Who did the two of you then go and talk to as a third person, and so on? What networks of inquiry did you open up? These questions all involve the responsibility of bystanders to begin working with others in the way that humans always do when we're talking about community action or community intervention. The final point I want to make about why it might be misleading to start with the easy rescue cases and problematize the costly rescue cases. Talked a little bit about costs, and my comments are by no means conclusive. But think a little bit about the other dimension of easiness. In the easy rescue case where the man is sitting by the swimming pool and he could just reach down and lift the child who's in danger of drowning, he knows that if he intervenes, his intervention is likely to be successful. Nobody knows that in this situation. Nobody knows that their intervention is going to be trial and error. One's going to have to see what can work and what doesn't work, and what happens if what works on this street is matched by what works on other streets and in other situations. People have to intervene sometimes when there's no hope of success. Just because one of the terrible things about what's happening in this picture is the sense of abandonment and consequent loneliness by those who are being marched away in front of their erstwhile neighbors. But nobody raised a voice, nobody said anything. And we have to think sometimes about the hesitations, the ambiguous forms of participation, both by individuals and by groups, that might at least mitigate that desperate feeling of abandonment. So in the situation where people are being marched away and there are 50 or 60, or in the larger picture from which this is taken, it looks to me like 80 or 90 citizens lining the streets, there are things that they can do at the very least to let those who are being taken away know that they will not be forgotten. There are certainly things that they can do not to participate in the auctions that add a particular dimension of complicity that Dr. Barnett talked about. But sometimes our obligation is not just to stand ready to act to others where there is a patent probability of collective success. It's to stand ready to act with others even with success being far from ordained. We are not entitled to either the certainty or the ease in the situations of horror like this. Now, I'm going to stop now. We don't have a whole lot of time, and I want to leave some time for questions. But it seems to me that many of these considerations translate into the smaller scale settings where we're talking about sexual assaults. Particularly, it seems to me, the responsibilities that friends must take for friends and teammates must take for teammates, and to a certain extent, citizens must take for citizens. But also that nobody should take refuge simply in the fact that intervention is going to be uncomfortable or costly, and nobody should take refuge in the fact that intervention may not succeed. An attempt at rescue has its own merit, not just in the eyes of God, but in the eyes of the victims who, absent any such attempt, feel lonely and abandoned. So as they say in the Godfather movies, do me a favor, take this into consideration. Thank you very much indeed. Scott, do you want to pick on people to...
Question. In regards to the bystander dilemma that we're talking about today, where do you think the responsibility is, what we've seen in the policemen against the black community, and there's so many bystanders that are taking cell phone videos of these. Where does somebody get involved in that case when they feel that the policemen are exercising their right to maintain law and order, but obviously from the cell phone videos they're usurping that order, or they're not doing it properly, and as a citizen in an outrage, everybody sits back and watches on the TV and says it's terrible, but what are we supposed to do?
Yeah. So I think it's an important question, especially where there's some controversy about what happened. So the first thing is that we have an epistemic responsibility, jointly and severally, to find out what is going on. Now we have this technology, which means that we can do it. And as taxpayers, we have technology that can make available body cameras for the police officers concerned. At a second level, and there's usually layers of responsibility, because there's not just one thing that can be done in the situations, but multiple things that we can be done. So we all call in to report what happened, and we all then begin to participate. And if we have a perspective that differs from that of the majority, then we find a way to contribute that perspective so that the community, in the complex ways that communities can do, can take account of the rival perspectives and begin to assemble a responsible picture of what happened. So I agree with you. Sometimes it's not just enough to sit and watch this unfolding on the TV. We have responsibilities to do a number of things as citizens. Participate in the debate, think seriously about the expenditure of taxpayers' money that may be involved in body cameras, think about new structures of policing. Policing isn't just a static thing. It changes over time, and it changes partly in response to citizens' concerns about changing.
But is there a responsibility at the time the act is being perpetrated?
I believe there's a responsibility that if one can bear witness to it or keep a record of it, to do so, and then to make that record available in the various ways that one can do. That is either to fellow citizens through the press and the media, or to the authorities who may need some record of what is going on. Yeah. Sir.
Yeah, I was thinking, looking at this crowd of maybe 300 people, if you figure that 1 in 25 of us are out-and-out sociopaths, it's probably about 12 of us are out-and-out sociopaths in this room, and the rest of us are some gradation of that. Personally, I hope I'm in the higher end of the gradation. But when you look at these pictures of World War II, and you think that the firing rates of combat soldiers was 15 to 20%. That means 85% of combat soldiers never fired a shot with malice. And that means that we possess within ourselves a great love of humanity and a great connection with each other. So what we see here, I think, is a manifestation of violence, which is a disconnection between people, within people, and as community. And if you sort of think about how warfare has evolved over the last 50 years, firing rates have gone from 15 to 20% to over 90% in Vietnam soldiers. And you kind of think about that in terms of police murders. What is our responsibility as bystanders before there's an act of violence? What is our responsibility to create community that embraces connection within people, between people, and as community?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know those figures about firing rates, and partly it has to do with modes of combat, and I guess modes of supervision of combat. But on the last set of questions that you ask, I have some colleagues, Jim Fife and Jerry Skolnick, who wrote a book entitled, a little bit counterintuitive these days, but it was entitled something about the decline in routine police violence from, say, the 1950s to the 2000s. And by that I meant a decline in the prospect that anybody who was apprehended and arrested, particularly if they were a minority, would as a matter of course be beaten or given the third degree during interrogation. And the changes that brought about a very radical decline, not an elimination, but a very radical decline in acceptable violence in police houses, was not just a change in attitude among the police officers. It was immense and sometimes quite costly changes in structure. Immense and quite costly changes in supervision, in the organization of the forces and the responsibility of peers and partners, and in training. And we have to be in a position as citizens, because this is being done in our name, to find out what the prospects are for those changes, what the prospects are of the violence and what the prospects are of these costly and complicated methods of abating the violence, and then support or express opinions that make it possible that those measures, which would take a lot of time to develop and a lot of time to put in place to change a culture, will in fact be put into place. So this is a very demanding notion of citizenship. It's not just that the citizen sits back and expresses outrage when the violence does happen. The citizen takes some responsibility, along with other citizens, some more informed than others, some who can inform others who are less informed, takes responsibility along with a mass of citizens in the ordinary way in which we're supposed to take responsibility for official action in a democracy, to try to change patterns and cultures that lead to this. And I don't think we can even begin to grapple with ordinary cases of violence and criminality and ordinary cases of official misconduct, let alone this horror up here, without accepting the costs and the time and the demandingness that will involve. Now, somebody spoke this morning about the background antipathy towards Jewish people that informed both the active perpetration of these horrors and the passive tolerance of it from the sidewalks. And at that level, again, there are complicated and sometimes detailed, sometimes engross ways in which people can act, usually together, to do these things. But we will be making a mistake, as I said, if we only focus on the question, what can one person do at great cost to themselves on these matters, whether they're background issues or foreground issues of the sort that I was talking about.
Well, I think we're out of time, but thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
So the next panel starts at 1:30, so take a break and meet back here at 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
Excellent. Thank you. That was wonderful. Thanks very good indeed. I'll get you a cleaned up copy of that. Okay?
I would love that. That'd be awesome. Thanks.
The last panel of the day, this will conclude our symposium. I'd like to introduce Professor. She will be moderating this panel. Professor Heiny.
Thanks, Scott. Welcome and thank you all for joining us this afternoon. It's my pleasure to moderate the panel on the bystander during sexual assaults. We're joined today by three panelists. Professor Sarah Deer is to my right, Ms. DeAnn Tilton as well, and Ms. Brenda Tracy. In your program, we've listed Wendy Murphy as well. Unfortunately, she was unable to join us today, but all of our speakers' biographies are available in your program. On our schedule today, all of our speakers are going to talk first, and then we will open up the discussion to any questions or comments that you have. We wanted to note that this panel is different from many of the panels you may have been to today. If you could please, in your questions and comments, keep in mind that there may be survivors in the room. And if you are a survivor and this is a triggering conversation for you, please feel free to come or go or take breaks, whatever that you need to do. I also wanted to remind everyone that our panel is being both live streamed and recorded today. So I'd like to introduce our first panelist. Professor Sarah Deer is a citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation, a nationally recognized professor at Mitchell Hamlin School of Law in Minnesota. She's also a MacArthur Fellow and a prolific writer. Her latest book is called The Beginning and End of Rape, Confronting Sexual Violence in Native America. If you would please welcome Professor Deer.
Hinsje, Sarah Deer, Chahu Chifkados, Miko Hokti, Muskogee Hokti Omes, Tlaplako, Amadalwados, Amalegada Kitlux, Hagahaya, Agirichet, Mahayados. I'm choosing to open my introduction using my Muskogee language. Part of the ethnic cleansing that my people have been through include the loss of language and sexuality. So I like to use my language in spaces where it may not have been heard before. In terms of sexual violence, I think I've taken a little bit of a rebellious approach to this topic. I think the mainstream conversations around bystanders have to do with our keynote speakers' examples today, somebody who's a friend or a teammate of somebody who's committing sexual violence. I'm taking a little bit perhaps more political approach to my comments today, and that is concern about the American government as a bystander in the high rates of sexual violence committed in Indian country. So my article looks at the culpability, the moral culpability of the United States in responding to sexual violence against Native women. But I don't stop there. I look at the culpability, but I also propose a solution that I think will improve the rates of prosecution of sexual violence on Indian reservations and hold our government accountable for the history of abuse against Native people. So in my article, I frame the United States as a culpable bystander in the high rates of sexual violence, and this has developed over time due to policies of official indifference. And because of the unique responsibilities of the United States towards Indian nations, this application of bystander culpability offers a coherent critique of the federal response or lack thereof to the rape of Native women. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court has framed the United States' responsibility to Native people as moral obligations of the highest responsibility and trust. By failing to address sexual assault effectively, the federal government has evaded its responsibility. Assigning blame, however, does not rarely yield specific recommendations for change. And to this end, in my article, I will be offering some specific remedies and proposals that are imperative for a true reckoning of the role of the United States in creating and cultivating this human rights crisis. Now, identifying the origin or cause of the high rate of sexual violence is difficult. Prior to 1999, we really didn't have any data, virtually no national data about crime in Indian country. And thus, we can't really be sure exactly when these high crime rates began. However, we do have ample historical evidence and the narratives of Native women to tell us that the high crime rate, victimization rates in Native communities are not a late 20th century phenomenon, but date back rather to the earliest days of contact between European men and Native women. Historians, social scientists, and tribal elders have repeatedly noted that Native women have been experiencing sexual assault at very high rates for the last several hundred years, beginning with European colonization and continuing to this day. And I provided you here with the iconic image of Columbus discovering America and sexual violence being very much embedded within that contact. So let's look at today's rates of sexual violence. Native people suffer by far the highest rates of interpersonal violence in the nation. This slide shows the most recent data that we have on violence against Native women. And you'll see here that over 80% of Native women will experience violence in their lifetime, and over 56% will experience sexual violence in their lifetime. This is a rate far exceeding those of the general population. So we know that over half of Native people have experienced some form of sexual violence. In 2010, at the Tribal Law and Order Act signing ceremony, President Obama reflected on that latest available data from the Bureau of Justice Statistics when he remarked, when 1 in 3 Native women will be raped in their lifetimes, that is an assault on our national conscience. It is an affront to our shared humanity. It is something that we cannot allow to continue. All 3 branches of the federal government have acknowledged these high rates of violence against Native women in a variety of contexts. And I was fortunate enough to work in 2007 with the human rights organization Amnesty International. We developed a report which pointedly referred to these high rates to argue that the United States has failed to protect Native women from sexual violence, allowing sexual assault to occur with impunity. I also like to share with you the race of the perpetrators. In American criminology, this is an anomaly. Most of the time, interpersonal crime is committed within a race, so the perpetrator and the victim share a race. The only exception to that in the United States is Native American women who report, and Native American men who report that over 90% of their perpetrators are non-Native. Now, that's not to say Native people don't commit these crimes. Their crimes are portrayed in the second set of bars, showing that around 30%, 35% of perpetrators are Native. And this is all from the federal government's United States Department of Justice report just last May of 2016. Now, the federal government has been in a position to address these high rates of sexual assault since at least the late 19th century as a result of the Major Crimes Act in 1885. And in the Major Crimes Act, Congress unilaterally claimed criminal jurisdiction over major felony crimes occurring on all Indian reservations. And it is this law that puts the United States attorneys and the Federal Bureau of Investigation at the forefront of rape and sexual abuse cases reported in most tribal nations in the lower 48 United States. Tribal nations theoretically have concurrent jurisdiction to prosecute sexual assault under tribal laws, but can only prosecute defendants who are Indians, and moreover, tribal courts can only sentence offenders to a maximum of 1 year per offense, and that would include crimes like homicide and sexual abuse. This means that without a prominent federal engagement, many offenders will not be held accountable. Here we go. Unfortunately, of course, granting federal officials the authority to prosecute major crimes does not mandate that they do so. Many tribal members who I've spoken to around the country recall stories of rape cases that went uninvestigated and unprosecuted for decades. Advocates throughout Indian country tell similar stories, that women who reported sexual assault rarely saw any follow-through from any government official. Such anecdotal examples of federal indifference have been circulated widely for years, but there was really no way to quantifiably prove that the federal government was failing Native survivors of sexual assault. And one data point that simply was not available until recently was the number of reported cases of sexual assault that were ultimately declined for prosecution by federal prosecutors. Now, allegations that federal officials ignore rape cases in Indian country led to a demand for a release of official declination rates, which were sought by some high-profile media outlets in the years after the Amnesty International report. And initially, it was difficult to quantify the extent of the declinations because the U.S. attorneys' offices were not required to release such statistics to the public. However, the Denver Post, working with Syracuse University, which regularly issues Freedom of Information Act requests to the U.S. attorneys for prosecution statistics, had published the following finding in 2007 in the Denver Post, and that is between 1997 and 2006, federal prosecutors rejected nearly 2/3 of the reservation cases brought to them by the FBI and the Bureau of Indian Affairs investigators, which is more than twice the rejection rate for all federally prosecuted crimes. Now, in 2010, we got more affirmation of this. The General Accounting Office of the the United States government published a report examining federal declination rates. And that report found that between fiscal years 2005 and 2009, federal prosecutors declined to prosecute 67% of sexual abuse and related matters occurring on tribal lands. Now, as part of the 2010 Tribal Law and Order Act, which is a piece of legislation I was involved in, Congress now requires the United States attorneys to publish declination rates in annual reports to Congress. And the 2015 report indicates that the majority of declinations involve sexual assaults, sexual exploitation, or the failure to register as a sex offender. So again, we continue to see high rates of declinations from Indian country. Now, to be sure, sexual assault is notoriously difficult to prosecute. It is also historically the least likely of violent crimes to result in conviction. So U.S. attorneys have sometimes been quick to point out that many of their Indian country sexual assault declinations are not related to the veracity of the claim or lack of concern about sexual violence, but rather evidentiary issues that interfere with the capacity to put together a provable case. And in fact, the General Accounting Office identified 5 common reasons for the declination of a federal criminal case in Indian country. And those include weak or insufficient admissible evidence, as well as witness problems, including reluctant victims. And a 2015 report by the Urban Institute came to similar conclusions regarding reasons for declination rates. So what do I propose? I'm proposing in my article that the Sexual Assault Response Team model, SART, which is the sort of gold standard for responding to sexual assault, including the law enforcement, healthcare, and prosecutor response, be implemented throughout Indian country. Now, I believe this is a central way to correct the legacy of indifference because a SART is a comprehensive multidisciplinary team of individuals in a community that respond to sexual assault with specialized training. The literature tells us that the SART model is far superior to other ways of responding to sexual violence, and thus SART must be deployed throughout Indian country in a sustained and stable way. The federal government has for years now endorsed the SART model in all contexts. This is a cover of the actual forensic exam protocol promulgated by the Department of Justice. I was involved in that when I was an employee at DOJ in the 1990s. And the SART model has been nearly adopted, and the implementation has been throughout the country, local, county, state, military bases. Almost every entity that would be responding to sexual assault is using this technique, this SART model. It provides specific advantages to prosecutors in 2 critical ways. The first is that it enhances victim psychological well-being. Okay? And since victim testimony is often at the heart of a prosecutor's case, a victim who feels empowered by the system is more likely to stay engaged. The failure to respond in a sensitive way alienates victims from continuing to participate in the criminal justice system. Victims are less likely to cooperate with the government in the prosecution, and then future victims are going to be disinclined to report. Second, the SART model has the potential to increase conviction rates. In the past decade, several studies have been conducted to determine whether or not the availability of forensic evidence as collected as part of a SART has any impact on prosecution outcomes. Existing data confirms that the model does provide some unique advantages and can add to the strength of a criminal case. And one key reason that convictions become more likely is because there is more likelihood of having physical evidence of the crime due to the emphasis on forensic exams. The SART model, thus, has become a clear directive for all American communities with one glaring exception. There is no clear, coordinated federal interagency mandate for SART in Indian country. Now, as I noted earlier, authority over these kinds of crimes is greatly fractionated because of over a century of misguided legislation and imprudent legal decisions. And so even tribes within a single state are subject to differing regulations in some cases. And therefore, the implementation of SARTs in tribal communities is fraught with complexities not anticipated by the mainstream model. As a result, there is a dearth of fully functioning SARTs operational in Indian communities. In fact, as of 2011, only 30% of Native American lands were within 1 hour driving distance to a program with a trained nurse examiner and or a SART. 381 tribal lands have no examiner or SART at all, more than 2/3 of tribal lands. Now, the problem that I've identified has to do with the nature of federal agencies. Okay, so I work for the Department of Justice. But if you're going to be responding to sexual violence on an Indian reservation with federal concurrent jurisdiction, you are looking at least 3 different federal agencies that may have their hands involved. So you have the Department of Justice, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of the Interior. Okay. Now, what I've come to understand over years of talking to survivors in Indian country is that oftentimes those 3 agencies on the ground have contradictory policies or inconsistent policies. So you don't have DOJ, BIA, and IHS on the same page. There's no mandate that these agencies coordinate at the local level to make sure that SART happens. So what happens is you have fractionated response. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, on one hand, under Interior, is operating under a certain set of standards. The Indian Health Service, which would perform the forensic exam, has a different set of standards and different training programs altogether. And so what I'm proposing in my article is that it's unusual for an advocate for tribal sovereignty to do this, okay? I'm advocating for a new federal task force. I was on a task force that only involved the Department of Justice. We invited HHS and Interior to the table, and they did not come, okay? Because Eric Holder, who was the AG at the time, could not mandate anything from IHS or DOI. So I'm suggesting a mandated White House commission to address sexual violence in Indian country so that the White House can mandate that Interior, Justice, and Health and Human Services come to the table. The problem is if we can't communicate in Washington, D.C. about a comprehensive approach to sexual violence in Indian country, how can we expect the lower level bureaucrats on the ground out in the communities to be coordinated? So unusual, again, for an advocate of tribal sovereignty and independence to advocate for another federal creation when it comes to Indian affairs. And so it's just an interesting place that I find myself. And I think, really what it's going to take is years, if not decades, to address this problem effectively. And in the meantime, the United States must take its responsibilities to tribes seriously. It cannot be a silent bystander watching as tribal women and children are raped and murdered and their attackers go free. Thank you.
Our next panelist today is Ms. DeAnn Tilton. Ms. Tilton is an author, a commentator, and an advocate. She's the founder of Talk to a Survivor, a survivor-led nonprofit that works to challenge the stigma of being a survivor, to educate the public on how to support survivors, and she works to mobilize Utah communities to prevent sexual violence. If you would please welcome DeAnn Tilton.
Thank you. I'd like to start with explaining the origins of Talk to a Survivor. I founded this, what started as a grassroots campaign in the fall of 2014 when I was a graduate student here at the U, getting my master's in human development and social policy, and wanted to offer support to the Clothesline Project that was happening in the Union in October in recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I had heard a piece on This American Life, NPR's program This American Life, of an Iraqi who went around the country and put up a little lemonade stand that said, "Talk to an Iraqi," and tried to have conversations with people about his lived experience and their perceptions of him. And I really like the idea of inviting people to talk with survivors, and also to invite survivors to come to a safe, likely a safe person for support, and so that they can see that survivors are doing well. Not just, we're not perfect, we're not doing well 24/7 is what I always like to say, but that they can turn to survivors. During that master's project, my focus, I'm a survivor of intrafamilial child sexual abuse, incest at the hands of my father, and I was interested in looking at why I had the time limits that I had in seeking justice for the violence that my dad perpetrated against me. So under the statutes of limitation, when he was abusing me, I had 4 years to get to criminal court. That would have made me 10 at the youngest age. And, I was captive in my family and dependent on this person for my survival. So I had 4 years from the time of the last offense, and then I had 2 years to get to civil court from the time of the last offense. I went on to trace a timeline back to the territory days of Utah, and I used the old law library, and I thank you guys very much for that, for all your help. But to kind of recreate, look at the timeline, my question was, why is it like this? Why was it like this for me? What was it like for people who were abused in periods earlier than me? And what's it like today? I know so many survivors have this burning question of, do the laws support me? Is there anything I can still do? And many survivors that I've talked to are driven by this, not obsession, but this particular form of re-traumatization, which is the person or people that abused me out there abusing other people, specifically within families, keeps me up at night. And I've done what I can. So I created the timeline of how the statutes changed over time, and then the popular thinking, sort of the collective popular ideas at the time that might have informed why the years changed, why the time limits changed as they did. So if anyone wants to know the current statutes of limitation for criminal and civil child sexual abuse, anyone? Do you want me to tell you? Okay. In 2008, the time limits criminally for getting to court as a minor who was sexually abused were eliminated. However, that is only for offenses that occurred on the date that the bill was signed into law in 2008. So you have to look at these sections, and by the time that survivors are healed enough to start to deal with some of this and ask that bigger question of how do I protect other family members? How can I speak my truth? And maybe how can I recoup some therapy bills or things like that? Those aren't the time limits that would affect people in this room. The average age for adult survivors to start to really understand the harm done and start to really want to work on justice for themselves is like 40s, 50s. However, so let me tell you what's currently in place, and then I can go back a little bit. But in 2015 and 2016, I was fortunate enough to help work to pass legislation civilly to bring that more up to what we understand about the harm done with childhood sexual abuse. So in 2015, we were able to remove the civil time limits for those people who were 22 years, 21 years, weren't 22 when the bill was signed into law yet. So if you were 21 plus 364 days and the bill was signed into law, you have no time limits civilly going forward to file a civil case against those who aided and abetted and abused you. In 2016, we got something in Utah that I'm really proud of, and it's not as common in our states, but the trend is happening, and it's likely that it will happen in all states. We were able to create a retroactive window, so anyone who was 22 years old on the day that the bill was signed into law has age of majority plus 35 years. Basically, they have until they're 53. So to bring a civil lawsuit against someone who abused or aided and abetted, if you're already 53, this was as of May, I think it was 10th of 2016, you have 3 years to get to civil court. So that's the retroactive window that's less common in the United States, but every year states are expanding these time limits more and more. So I'm 48. I'll be 49 in July. I have until I'm 53 if I want to pursue civil retribution against my father. I've started the process, and then, it's a process. I'm chipping away at it, but I do intend to do that. So something happened. Let me just make sure something happened this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today. I was asked to speak on how do survivors perceive bystanders? What's the dilemma for us? I want to share with you a family text, a thread that happened this week that illustrates the bystander's dilemma. Thank you. And do I point here? Where do I point? Anywhere. Okay. This is me about a year before my father started to sexually abuse me. That was my kindergarten photo. Family thread, 44 years later. I want to say that the abuse that my dad did to me has been an open family secret for a number of decades now. My parents are no longer together, haven't been for years. My siblings have all, between my mom and I, been told once they started to date and marry and have children, that my dad abused me and to take precautions with their children. Again, because of statutes of limitation, that's all I could really do. So I hope you guys can read this. If you can't, I will read it to you. But Tuesday, this is my brother Sam. Hey, Gavin's birthday, that's his son. No pressure, just wanted to invite anyone who would like cake and ice cream, come to Gavin's birthday party here. He turns 9, we'll have it at Shelley, that's his wife. Let me know who can make it. My brother Wade, sorry, we'll be in California. Happy birthday, Gavin. My sister will be there. my brother, thumbs up. My mom, definitely be there. Can I bring a casserole? Aaron says he and Gabe, this is legit, isn't it? Like this is, yeah. Aaron says he and Gabe will also be there. That's my mom saying that. Okay. I want to say that Aaron, my brother, who I love and adore, his daughter Lydia was taken by my dad the first chance he had access to her. Pulled over the side of a road, this was about a decade ago, started to lick chocolate off her face. And when she started to object, he said, well, Jordy lets me do it. Jordy was his step granddaughter. Went to Jordy's family. They took her to the CJC, Children's Justice Center at the time. 2 years after the abuse had happened to her, he molested her and she denied it. But we'll call Lydia's experience a close call. Sam, thanks, Mom. Let me get some more details and I will let you know. Mom, okay. My dad, we'll be there. Happy birthday, Gavin. My mom, just ice cream and cake is good. You don't have to go to any trouble. It's legit, Mom. This is me. Dad should not be at this party because he has a history of molesting children, including but not likely limited to me, cousin Liza, Jordy, and an attempt on Lydia. As adults, our children are counting on us to keep them safe. We must act to protect them from harm, especially from the harm done at the hands of people they love and trust. We need to acknowledge that Dad has continued to hurt children even after saying he would stop. Please do not invite him to children's parties. Dad, if you haven't already, please get help. It's never too late. StopItNow.org and ATSA, which is the Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abusers. Excellent resources, by the way. My mom, Dee, I support you, and I really like how you have info for him if he wants help. Sam, this is just cake and ice cream for Gavin. If you would like to come, please come. If you don't wish to come, no hard feelings. Mom, I'm coming, but that doesn't mean I don't agree with what DeAnn has said. She's not being vengeful, just responsible and trying to be helpful to your dad. Sam, guys, cake and ice cream. That's what this thread is about. Me, I understand the risk at this event is lower due to precautions taken, which I assume include a rule that Dad is not allowed to be alone with a child. And I wish this were just a thread about cake and ice cream, Sam. How badly I wish it were. But as long as there is a continued risk of devastating and lifelong harm to our family's children, it isn't about just that. Perhaps Dad can help reassure us here in this thread that our family's current generation of children are safe. Dad? Shelley, this is Sam's wife. This is Shelley. I do not appreciate that Gavin's birthday has been turned into family drama. Dee, I am sorry that this happened to you. It is in the past. We will all be moving past this issue. There will be no more discussion, period. You are all invited to have cake and ice cream. Come if you choose to do so. We will all be welcomed, and all who come will be on their best behavior, so that my son has a happy day. Me, Shelley, I'm sorry that my dad molested multiple family children over decades, and that the real risk remains today. I believe Gavin can have a happy day at the same time that we keep all of our children safe. Thank you for including me in this family event. I would love to be there to celebrate Gavin's special day, but you will have to choose between having a child molester at your son's birthday party or having me there. How much time do I have? Okay, so this is my mom this morning while I'm sitting here at the Keynote. So I shared with Heather. Heather is my brother Aaron's wife, who is the mother of Lydia, who had the close call. I shared with Heather the birthday text. Of course, she agrees with you 100%. She's appalled at what Shelley was saying. Heather said no one stops being a pedophile, and that she never will go to family gatherings if he's there. Technically, I just want to say my dad's not a pedophile. He doesn't follow that criteria, but that's a whole other conversation. And that she will never go to family gatherings if he's there, and she doesn't. And Aaron knows not to invite him to their family activities. Referring to you, she said, "You never get over those things. I'm still dealing with what he did to Lydia." Just wanted you to know that one more person knows you're the victim. I know you know how Heather feels, but it's nice to have it reinforced more. Me, thank you for sharing the text with Heather. This is where I am right now. I am a panelist this afternoon speaking about the sexual assault survivor's experience view of the bystander. What a great experience. And that's a picture of the screen from this morning. I want to close with some barriers for survivors to disclosing the sexual violence perpetrated against them within the context of the social ecological model. I also ask that you consider the barriers for bystanders in coming to the aid to mitigate the harm done, to try and prevent lower level boundary crossings from escalating, and to supporting survivors long after the harm has been done. Thank you.
Our final panelist this afternoon is Ms. Brenda Tracy. Ms. Tracy is an RN. She's also a nationally known speaker, commentator, and survivor. She's worked extensively with legislatures to expand and protect victims' rights. If you'd welcome Brenda Tracy.
Thank you. Am I on? Thank you. And I'd like to thank the other two panelists. Thank you for sharing your personal story today. I know that took a lot of courage, so I appreciate that very much. My name is Brenda Tracy, and I am a rape survivor. The bystander dilemma issue, whatever you want to call it, and whatever you want to label those people as, is a very important issue to me, and I take it very personally. There's a lot of bystanders in my story. In 1998, I was drugged and gang raped by 4 men. 2 of those men went to Oregon State University. And as the victim of a crime, I did everything that I was supposed to do. I immediately got a rape kit done. I reported to the police, and I tried to pursue justice through the criminal avenue. However, I was told at the time that by the DA that I did not have a good case. It was a he said, she said case. I would have to go through 4 separate trials that could take years. At the time, I was suicidal. I was traumatized. The backlash from my community was swift and severe. When it was found that 2 of my perpetrators were Oregon State University football players, my community called me a liar and wanted to know why I was trying to ruin their lives. So not only was I a victim, but I was now a perpetrator, and this is a dynamic we continue to see today. So the DA information, the backlash from my community, I lost friends, I was receiving death threats against myself, and I had 2 small children at the time. I made an informed decision, and I dropped the charges. I reported to the school. I was not a student, but I was raped by their students. I didn't want it to happen to anyone else. They told me they took the issue very seriously and that they would deal with it. However, through the media and the news, all I found out was that their football coach gave them a 1-game suspension and said they were really good guys that made a bad choice. For the next 16 years, I struggled with depression, PTSD, suicidal ideation, a borderline eating disorder. Pretty much just spent the next 16 years wanting to die. The end of 2014, I came forward with my story again. And this time didn't experience the same vicious backlash, but actually received support from my community. And an investigation was done by my reporter and by the university. And what we found out in 2014 is that the DA had misled me. They lied to me. They had taped confessions from all 4 of my perpetrators. The police did not test my rape kit, and they threw away all of my evidence prior to the statute of limitations being up, which at the time was 6 years in Oregon. And the university president told everyone not to talk about me, and no one did. And what motivated this all is football. Oregon State University at the time was trying to build Research Stadium. renovate it, and the athletic department was over $1 million in debt. So in order to protect football, their stadium, their players, their reputation, and their ability to receive millions of dollars in donations, I had to go away. And so these people got together. The people that were supposed to protect me got together and figured out a way to get me to go away. When I found out this information 16 years later, my first question was, what can I do? This can't be possible. How could all of these people have done this? And the answer to my question from lawyers was, well, nothing. You can do nothing. You were not a student. You are not protected by Clery or Title IX. Statute of limitations is 6 years. That has ran. And there are no laws on the books regarding rape kits or what the police can or cannot do with your evidence. And DAs, as we all know, have immunity. So even today, my question about the bystander is, how could all of these people have known and done nothing? Because it wasn't a couple people. It wasn't just my best friend who was in that apartment that night that didn't help me, but it was also the police. It was also the DA's office. It was the university. It was all the people at the university that knew. I don't even know how many people knew about my case, but I know that they knew. And I know that no one stepped up and said anything to me or tried to help me. And all these years later, that sense of betrayal runs so deep. And I have now dedicated my life to talking about this issue. In Oregon, I've helped to pass several laws. We've extended our statute of limitations. There's a rape kit bill. We have to test our backlog and our rape kits, and we cannot throw evidence away. So I've identified some issues, and I've legislated them. I'm proud that here in Utah, you have just recently passed a rape kit law also, and are working on these things. And so, yeah, congrats to you, Utah. Good job. But, you know, I spend a lot of time now since coming forward with my story. I travel the country and I speak to at universities, and I speak to administrators, and I mainly speak to men. For me, I feel that the male population is probably the biggest group of bystanders that I identify with right now, because I recognize that if women could stop sexual assault, we would have already done it. We've been working very hard to do it. We cannot do it alone ourselves. I recognize that the 10%, approximately 10% of the male population committing these crimes are not going to stop it. So that leaves the 90% of the good men in this country who would not commit these crimes. And not only that, but 98% of all rape is carried out by men, but we call it a women's issue. This is a men's issue. 98% of all rape is carried out by men against other men and women and children. So for me, I feel like we really have to talk to our men. Our men are bystanders, and I do this around the country, and I talk to mainly men in athletic teams. But we have to reframe this idea for our men that I don't commit rape and I don't hit women, so it's not my problem. It is our problem. Even if you're not committing these crimes, even if you're not a survivor, even if you don't know someone that's a survivor, and I'll guarantee that you do, you just don't know that you do, but even if you don't, we're all in some way a bystander. It is on all of us to get involved and to address this issue and to take care of each other. In this specific case of sexual assault, you may be saving a life. And it's not just the point of attack, but it's even issues of sexism, right? I talk to young men about their conversations and this locker room talk. I talk to young men about the fact that if there's a conversation between two young men and one guy is saying, well, the true story, there was a conversation, a fraternity member told me about this conversation he overheard in his frat, and the one man said, he said, well, did you hit it last night? Which means, did you have sex with her last night? And the other kid said, no. And he said, well, at the next party, just get her drunk enough and you can do what you want. And nobody interrupted that conversation. Nobody said, that's rape, that's not okay. Our silence is consent. That young man is now agreeing with that other guy that, yeah, just get her drunk and you can do whatever you want. When we stay silent, we're no better than the perpetrator. When we don't intervene, when we don't say anything, we're complicit. And I believe in my case, when nobody stood up and nobody said anything and nobody did anything, I do feel, I do want to blame those people. I am angry with those people. I am. And I can't help that to not be. And I feel that, you know, when we see issues of injustice, we have to say something. I know it's scary, but if we don't, then nothing will change. The only time we've seen change is when people are willing to stand up and say something and do something. And yes, it's hard, and yes, it's scary, and yes, there's a cost. And we think about those things, but what is the cost of being silent? And how will we ever know if anything can change if we remain silent? And why are we comfortable with silence and not doing anything? And we're angry at the way things are, but we're not willing to do anything to step out of our comfort zone to do something about it. So I would implore you to think about those things. Don't just think about the cost to you and what could happen, but also what could happen on the other side. What happens when one person steps up and then inspires another person to step up, and another person's inspired? That's how you start a movement. You know, me using my voice, I've inspired other survivors to use their voices, and another one, and another one, and another one. And that's how a movement is started. But it takes one person to be brave enough and courageous enough to step forward and to do something to inspire another. As far as campuses specifically, I do want to touch on mandatory reporting. I understand that our initial gut reaction is to say, okay, this is an issue. 1 in 5 women will experience sexual assault on campuses. Let's make everybody a mandatory reporter. And if people aren't saying something, then we're going to punish them. The problem with mandatory reporting on our campuses, and the thing we need to think about, is we need to think about the specific type of trauma that a sexual assault survivor experiences. So while I appreciate the mob mentality around it, that people want to make everybody a mandatory reporter, and we want to, you know, put everybody in jail that doesn't report. I understand the sentiment, but when we're talking about issues of rape and sexual violence, what you need to understand is that when you're a survivor and you are raped, you're not only stripped of your dignity, but your power and your control is taken. And in place of that comes this immense, almost, intolerable amount of shame. Shame that causes life-threatening, lifelong consequences. Shame that causes suicide, drug and alcohol addiction, depression, PTSD, self-harming behaviors, cutting, eating disorders. So when we have a victim, if we have mandatory reporting, and that's all we have, if I have a survivor come forward, courageous enough to say, this happened to me, mandatory reporting starts. If we are forcing that victim to then engage in the process, we are, again, a second time taking away their power and control. So we have the first trauma, and now we're perpetrating another trauma upon this victim. So we need to make sure, in order to restore this victim's power and control, that we allow them the decision about how they want to proceed and what they want to do. Maybe they just want to report on campus to get services. Maybe they just want to adjudicate on campus and not criminally. Maybe they just want to go to the police and not the university. But we have to allow them to make this decision for themselves. And so I would ask, when we're talking about bystander law, that we make sure that we consider the victim and the trauma and the consequences for that victim. And I think that's pretty much all I have to say about the subject, but I just appreciate you allowing me to be here. I'm not an academic or a lawyer or anything. I'm a survivor, but I am an expert in my own experience. And I've spoken to many, many different survivors, and I've had many experiences on different campuses, and there are many bystanders. There's administration, there's law, there's people, there's friends. and the dilemma is a real one, and we do need to absolutely address it. And so I just appreciate this this symposium, and thank you for bringing me in today.
We welcome questions or comments from anyone in the audience. If you'd like to talk, if you would come down to one of the microphones, there's one in each aisle. Sir, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to say to Brenda, Tracy, isn't this sort of symptomatic of a bigger problem in society where they're going to throw one person under the bus, throw an individual away in order to protect an institution? I mean, I've noticed this in all sorts of different areas, and so it rings very true that they said, okay, you know, we don't care about Brenda Tracy, we care about our football team, we care about our stadium.
Yeah, we see it in lots of institutions. So we see it within the church, we see it within college, Boy Scouts, any large institution, we see it. And there's lots of studies done on, you know, institutional betrayal and why this happens. But yeah, there's a kind of a just general lack of empathy and disregard for victims of sexual assault. And there's so much shame around it. I think that men are perpetrated against also at very high rates, but again, because of shame and society and victim blaming, we don't even know what the numbers or rates are for men because they just don't come forward. And women don't come forward, and we don't really know the exact rates for them either. But yeah, it's a institutional failure. Absolutely, and it happens a lot.
I guess what I was saying is it isn't just sexual assault, it's misconduct of all different kinds. If it's something that's going to harm the institution, they'll throw the victim away in order to protect the institution.
Yes, they do.
My name is Judy Larson. I was raped by a Catholic priest at the age of 10, and I just got my voice a year ago. I have a question for Ms. Deere. Your proposal to get help from the White House, we now have a sexual predator in the White House. What is your approach going to be going forward?
I was hoping somebody would ask that. I agree that all indications are that there is a sexual predator in the White House. I think that, and in addition to that, our new Attorney General did not support the Violence Against Women Act that authorized more tribal control over these cases. So I'm suggesting to my masses that we turn inward and we write the best tribal sexual assault laws that we can that are better than the state laws, and train our tribal prosecutors and continue to work inward until such time as we will have allies back in the federal government.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? We can do this on a state level, correct?
State governments do not have authority over Indian reservations.
Okay.
For the most part.
Okay.
There's always exceptions.
We should change that, maybe? Would that be helpful? No? I mean, I know in Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with having state authority over Indian country is that most tribes don't want it. There's bad relationships in many places between tribes and the state government. Moreover, we didn't sign treaties with states. We signed treaties with the federal government, so the moral and legal responsibilities lie with the federal government. That's why we're a little hesitant to embrace state authority.
Thanks. Is it my turn? Okay. I am hoping that you'll allow me to ask two questions, and I'll keep it brief. My first is there was some conversation around men's role in being an ally for sexual assault survivors, and I'm wondering if you can touch on what men's role is, and I'm also acknowledging that men are also victims of sexual assault, but I'm wondering what men's role is in being an ally for women and survivors of sexual assault without overshadowing the voices of women and survivors. And my second question is that there's a belief, which is not supported by facts or evidence, that false reporting of sexual assault is rampant. Again, it's not a supported claim, but many people use that as a defense or as reasoning or logic to not believe a survivor because they don't want to ruin the lives of the accused, right? So, and sometimes in debates, I don't know how to to come back to that or how to defend that. And so I'm wondering, how can we keep the presumption of innocence intact while also believing survivors? Because sometimes it seems that those two are mutually exclusive.
Would like to address? Yeah, so the first one was men's engagement. So that's mainly what I focus on and what I work on, and mainly within the athletic world, coaches and mainly football players and men's athletics. First off, I think we have to address issues of masculinity. We have to address issues of how we are socializing our young men and boys. I use the example a lot that if dad takes two of his kids to the playground, they both fall off the monkey bars, they both start crying, they come running to him. He's going to take one and say, "Oh, baby, it's okay," and give, hug, and then the other one, "Get up, you're fine." We all know which one is the girl, and we all know which one is the boy. We socialize our men also to believe three things: that one, their value rests in athletic ability, strength, skill set, sexual conquest, how many women they can sleep with, how many women want to sleep with them, and then also their ability to provide or make money, have possessions, those types of things. Nowhere in there are we talking about emotions or feelings or character. In fact, we tell men all the time, be a man, don't cry, only girls cry, stop acting like a girl. So we basically tell our men that you're not allowed to have an emotion unless it's anger. And if we tell our men to suppress their emotions, they're not allowed to have emotions, then how can I empathize with another person? Right? If I'm not allowed to have them, how can I empathize with another person's emotions or their state? So in that, it's inherent that we're going to have a section of the population that's unable to empathize, and you're going to have a lack of respect. You're going to have men that objectify women and degrade them and believe that they're lesser than, and they're going to be able to commit acts of rape because there's no respect there. I think that we have to start changing that dynamic and allowing our men to be human. It's only when they're human can they understand what empathy is and respect is. And when there's respect, there's going to be a decrease in violence. So it's a big task. But
if I could add to that too, starting much younger, and particularly in our state, but other states that have another, like maybe a dominant culture that struggles with how to talk about healthy sexuality, we can talk about ongoing enthusiastic consent as the standard of all interpersonal interactions, and that has nothing to do with sexual intercourse. You start at 2 years old and continue at 4 and 7, things about, I want a crayon and she has a crayon and I just take it because I want it. And that's an opportunity right there, whether you're 2, 4, 7, 14, to raise a consciousness about empathy and looking at that person's face, and is that what they wanted? And if you can't ask, you don't get to just have, and sort of what belongs to who, and the norms around what we think is acceptable behavior for getting our needs and our wants met. So most of this conversation, I think, is non-sexual and can be happening with our children and a lot within the schools if we will invest in social emotional learning as much as we invest in things like STEM. So starting young. And I think by and large the scales, the balance is skewed to where our males in our society, itty-bitty males, need to have more interventions and lessons and awareness about being accountable for their own bodies. And our young females need to be supported to use their voices about their lived experiences and what they would like, and that the standard is a heck yes and a high five for all interpersonal interactions.
Professor Deere, would you like to address the issue of the myth of false reporting?
Okay. A lot of the statistics that would suggest that there's a problem with false reporting aren't so much about falsity, but about being unfounded. And unfounded does not mean that the survivor lied. Unfounded means that there was no other evidence, perhaps, to collaborate or to corroborate the story of the victim, etc. My understanding is, and I haven't looked at the data recently, is that false reporting is no more a problem in the context of sexual assault than it is in other crimes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, people lie equally about all crimes.
Yeah, and it's absolutely wrong to lie about being a victim of a crime, but it's not somehow worse in the sexual assault context.
And when you're trying to respond to people, because I get a lot of this backlash, being a public voice, I get a lot of backlash about all women lie. Well, false reporting is 2 to 8%. It's the same as any other crime. That does not negate the true reports. And for me, I feel that if we do truly have a false report, that is also, that's a problem with our justice system, right? That's the result of a broken system, a justice system. So I've met a gentleman who was truly falsely accused of rape, and we were put in kind of a room together, and I think the people wanted to kind of instigate an argument between us. We were at a TV show, and what we both decided is that we were just both victims of a broken criminal justice system. And what do we do about that system to make sure that these things don't happen? To make sure that people aren't falsely accused, for real, falsely accused, not just unfounded, and sent to prison, had their lives ruined. But then victims sexual assault victims are also respected and find justice also. So I think that somewhere we need to bring everyone together to work on this, because the issue is polarized between men and women, and I fight that every day.
If I could just add something briefly to that. When I hear about false accusations and people talk about it, this brings up a whole other issue back to ongoing enthusiastic consent. So the rates at which our population, somewhere between 1 in 4 girls, 1 in 6 boys, and 1 in 10 children overall, somewhere in that range is our best guess at the prevalence, the estimates of people who are sexually abused as minors, as children. And people don't understand being victimized, sexually victimized when you're young often leads to behaviors later on that might look like, if one was hoping to say, well, this person wanted it too, they could justify in their mind that they wanted it. So maybe they were silent. Maybe they just laid there. Maybe they were, engaging in some self-destructive behavior on their own, binge drinking to cope with PTSD or something like that, that again rendered them incapable of consent. But that's if we raise the standard of what we mean by consensual sexual experiences, a lot of this sort of falls, but she didn't do this, she didn't fight back, he seemed like he was into it, he gets addressed there. Thank you.
My question is for Ms. Deere. I'm a civil deputy in a district in Nevada, a rural district in Nevada. We have a reservation inside of our district. My office and our court has a really good relationship with the reservation, but there's not a DOJ representative anywhere near our corner of the state. Our district has 3 counties in it and 3 reservations. Does the Majority Crimes Act govern what happens in civil suits between natives and non-natives? And if it does not, is it possible for tribes to create essentially legal aid societies that would supervise maybe a SART or SMART team to conduct civil suits in the replacement of any action by the DOJ?
Sure, thank you. One solution that I didn't mention in my article, and probably should add it, is that there's a provision to deputize special AUSAs, and they can be tribal prosecutors, and as long as they meet the same standards for an AUSA, they can prosecute federal crimes. that happened on the reservation. So that's one effort to address the isolation that tribes have, and the FBI and the DOJ maybe being 3 hours or more away from the actual site of the incident. In terms of civil remedies, I'm glad you raised that, because there was actually a landmark Supreme Court case that came down in a tie last summer that I worked on, and it was a case involving the sexual abuse of a 13-year-old boy in the Dollar General store on the Mississippi Choctaw Reservation. The child was in the store as part of a youth opportunities program for the reservation to help young youth get some job skills and learn a little bit about what it's like to hold down a job. The white manager of the Dollar General molested this child back in 2002 or 2003. The federal prosecutors declined to get involved because the crime did not rise to the level of being a federal crime because he was not raped, he was molested. The tribe could not take any action because the perpetrator was non-Indian. The solution crafted by the parents of this child was to file a civil lawsuit against Dollar General in tribal court for damages done to their child. Dollar General's response to that was to claim that the tribe should not be able to assert jurisdiction over them, even though they were on the reservation and had a contract to have a business with the tribe. They lost every way. The Dollar General store lost at the tribal trial court, the tribal Supreme Court, federal district court, Fifth Circuit, took it to the U.S. Supreme Court, which ultimately could not reach a decision after the death of Scalia. So the Fifth Circuit stands, and that Dollar General does have to appear in tribal court, but we don't know about the other circuits. So this will very likely wind its way up through the court again. It's a question about jurisdiction, civil jurisdiction over non-members or non-Indians. So I think this is a potential way to deal with the trauma. Of course, by the time the Supreme Court issued its decision last summer, this man is now in his late 20s, not having a day in court. So there's a lot more work to be done, and I do believe that Mississippi Choctaw does have a good SART program. They have people there who can do the exam, that perhaps that evidence can be retained and used in a civil setting, since we can't prosecute non-Indians, but we can sue them in tribal court. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I'm wondering, as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking about the themes of conversation about sexual assault nationally are about institutions, really. The military, college campuses, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, the church. And I'm curious, because much of what you've talked about does not fall into those categories, which seems to be how we thematically talk about it. I'm curious, from your guys' perspectives, is this helpful or unhelpful? Is it taking away from the core issue to label it into these categories of institutions? You know, is military doing better or worse? Is it getting better on college campuses? What should be the response? Is it helpful to isolate different institutional capacities or lack thereof, or is it taking away from the more core issues?
Yeah, I think it's helpful, because I think when we talk about sexual assault, I think we're talking about systems and institutions that survivors are going to for help that are all seem to be broken, right? So we're just now starting to test rape kits and getting laws. So we're talking about going to the police system. Most cases don't even get past the police to a DA, so they don't even know if they could prosecute or not, because they're relying on a police officer to decide that information. And the police officer decided, well, alcohol was involved, so rape couldn't have happened. We're going to our universities for help. We're, going to the church for help. We're, all these things. So I think it's helpful to have these conversations. I think it's very helpful. And I think in the context of talking about statute of limitations, talking about civil statute of limitations, which I could be wrong. There's lots of lawyers here, but I think the civil statute, I know in my state, is only 2 years. So it is, it's the same as a car wreck, which we know that the long-term effects are 2 years is ridiculous. I mean, if I'm a freshman and I've been raped and I want to sue my institution, I only have 2 years to do it, which means I have to sue my school while I'm at school. And it's only 2 years after I've been traumatized and raped. The school knows I have 2 years. I probably don't know I have 2 years. We're seeing this a lot with the Baylor victims right now, that there's going to be a lot of women that are probably not going to have any type of cause of action because the school was able to drag it on for 2 years and now they're stuck with nothing. So no, I think in the context of talking about large systems and institutions, I think we absolutely have to talk about it. And I think it is helpful.
I agree, and I think historically we've done everything we could to keep it at, the social ecological model, we've done everything we can to keep it at the individual and the interpersonal, the relational between two people level, and not, I would say, made a lot of effort to ignore the community and societal levels and how the interplay amongst and between the two. I was raised LDS. At one point when I was a child, my parents went to talk to the bishop about the abuse that my dad was perpetrating on me, which that was something in the mid-70s. And the bishop's response was that my dad needed to repent, and he went on to continue to abuse me. But that was, 2 years after the 1974 CAPTA law, so Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, which started the mandatory reporting, and it started at the physician level, and very few, if you're a police officer or a physician. Then it started to expand to teachers in the early 80s. And clergy. If the victim or if the person that's offending comes in the spirit of a confession, there is a clergy exemption that they currently, and different states are different, but we have a clergy exemption that clergy doesn't have to report them. But if they otherwise know of a minor that's being abused or suspect abuse, then they have an obligation to report. But yes, I think starting to talk about how do our bigger systems play into all of this is essential in moving forward.
And I think it's also important to note that perpetrators know all this stuff, right? So they work within all of these systems and large organizations, and they find protection. They understand that college is a hunting ground. They understand police aren't going to test rape kits. They understand that I can victimize and brutalize, tribal women and get away with it. They know all this stuff. They're perpetrators, and they're intentional.
I think I'll just add that, I think your question is well taken because most people aren't in the military or on a college campus. And so sometimes, and I'm working with the most invisible population in the United States, and so sometimes I worry that emphasizing campus rape and military rape is sort of overtaking the larger rhetoric around the issue, and that people who aren't on campuses or in the military or on Indian reservations especially are not getting any recognition for the trauma they're experiencing. But I also agree it's really important to hold campuses accountable, to hold the military accountable, and the like. So I have kind of mixed feelings about it.
Yeah, and for me, I think the hope is that we use, because the media drives a lot of this narrative, right? So right now, the hot topic may be military and campuses, but then we take that momentum and we use it to, talk about LGBTQ and tribal lands and the invisible population. I think that's really important, and that we have to be mindful of doing that as we move along.
Question. Hi, my name is Amanda. I was raped at another university. They kicked me out, and now I'm here at the U. By the way, it's our biggest rival. You know who I'm talking about. And of course, our overarching goal is to just change the mindset of the entire community to be just don't rape people, obviously. And we want to make sure that everyone is on the same board, just like, we're going to report it, blah, 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 blah. But I feel like with younger people, especially, it's a social problem, like I don't want my friends to reject me kind of thing. And so I'm wondering if in the legal system there's a way to remain anonymous as a witness so that that doesn't happen. So no one will know that you reported that person, or no one will know that you're the one talking at court. And so hopefully that would increase the number of reportings, because people know that it's happening, but they're afraid that something social is going to happen that, you know what I mean.
Do you mean anonymity as a bystander witness or anonymity as a victim?
Both.
Would like to address it?
Or either.
Well, you're supposed to be able to get a rape kit done without making a formal police report. And the idea is that sometimes people need some time to decide. They want the evidence collected in case, but they're not sure if they want to go forward. And most jurisdictions now allow for that. They'll go ahead and preserve the evidence, and then you can make a decision later. Obviously, there's not much a prosecutor can do if you're not willing to testify about the case. And I don't know, I have to do some more thinking about the anonymity of witnesses. I think, again, it may differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but the value in an anonymous report may be negligible, unfortunately.
I would have to think about it a little bit as well, but I'm guessing it would raise some due process issues in the criminal context. Yeah, for sure.
We should change that.
One thing I would encourage folks, if you're interested in this idea of options, there's a program called You Have Options out of Oregon.
Yeah, it's in my state.
Yeah. I mean, they have a great website, and I think they're coming up with really creative solutions to working with law enforcement in ways that survivors, trying to strike more of a balance in not re-victimizing or exacerbating the trauma for survivors as they go through the process.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, I am a federal criminal prosecutor, and I have a question for Professor Deere, and I thank all of you because what you're talking about today is very, very helpful in the things that I do. I do prosecute sexual assaults, and I do prosecute Sex Offender Registration Notification Act cases, also known as SORNA, and I do prosecute a lot of Native Americans. I have two questions for you, though. On the SORNA, so sex offender registry offices, so every state has one, and if you come in and out of the state, you have to register. There's certain time frames. Each state has their own dictates on how that works. When the act came out, they gave states a certain amount of time. You have to create your registries, and if you don't, we're going to pull your money. So every state complied. Native American tribal lands, they did not do the same. So two questions on that. One, why didn't they do that? And two, can anyone get that going? Because here's what happens when I try to prosecute. They're on the Native American lands. That's where they live. That's where they work, or that's where they do whatever. Oftentimes, it's very far away for them to have to go and register at a state office, a sheriff's office, or whatever. And oftentimes, these sheriff's offices may only have one person that's certified in the office to do sex offender registrations, and that person only comes in one day a week. So, which interestingly is some of the reasons I've sometimes declined a case, because I didn't think it was fair that here this person's come 3 times to the local county sheriff's office and there's no one there. And they won't let them register because no one's there to take it. So my question is what can we do to get sex offender registry notification offices on Native lands, on every tribe, so that those people on that reservation who are living there, it's going to be right there. It's going to be right down the street. It's going to be around the corner, and we're going to be able to get them registered. My second question is because of the nature that I just think you see in such an acute microcosm on the Native American reservations of the incest, I can't get witnesses to talk. The other thing is these children, it is the norm. It is not abnormal. I'm very, very fortunate. I work with a phenomenal United States Marshal who's a sex offender investigative coordinator. She has a heart for the tribes, and she created, with some help, a coloring book in Navajo language that we give to children to explain to them using images and, again, the Navajo language, that it is not okay, that law enforcement is not to be feared because they are taught to fear us and not talk to us. So the two questions is the sex offender registry on the tribal lands, and how do we get the witnesses to work with us? How do we educate them also that it's not okay? It is not the norm, and they're not being bad, A, if they talk to law enforcement, and they're not being bad, B, to speak about it when it's in their family, it's the norm, it's hard to do my job.
Well, first, thank you for all of your efforts in this regard. SORNA. So when the Adam Walsh Act passed, there was actually a provision that stripped tribes of jurisdiction over sex offender registry. That was the initial part of the bill. It said tribes that did not initiate their sexual assault response or their sex offender registry within a certain amount of time would default to the state, which was horrendous, right? No tribe had asked for that. No tribes were consulted when that was drafted. And so there was a fix to that, which allowed tribes to establish their own sex offender registries. The problem is that those it's very expensive to run a sex offender registry. There are many tribes that have their own, but many who don't. And it would be a matter of allocating more federal dollars for that particular resource, because I think tribes are certainly interested in making sure that sex offenders on the reservation are known. So I don't think it's a matter of tribes not being interested. I think it's a matter of funding. In terms of having victims cooperate, I mean, I think as one of my slides show, over 50% of Native women will be sexually assaulted in her lifetime. A lot of that happening under the age of 18. And I think you're onto something with the culturally sensitive coloring book and the like. I think that any cultural pieces, I mean, I'm trying to think how I want to word this. I think it's really important for the local advocates for women and children to articulate what's going to be helpful in terms of having people come forward. But more important, I think, is that we have to understand the origins of that mistrust that date back centuries. And it's not going to happen overnight that suddenly people want to come forward. It's just not. There's no way to fix that or speed that up. So what we have to do is exactly what you said, is just put yourself out there, make sure people know you're there for them, understand that people are going to recant, understand that people are going to pull back and not engage. And unfortunately, that just has to do with the nature of the history. Over 50% of Native people being sexually assaulted. It has been normalized in a lot of communities. And I hear from Native mothers in Indian country that they don't talk to their daughters about what to do when they're raped, but what to do if they're raped, but what to do when they're raped, because it's inevitable for them. So I think we have to be patient. I think we have to pull back our expectations on turning this around overnight. But thank you for your efforts in this regard.
And thank you for your efforts, too.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ned. Thank you for being here today and allowing me to make a couple comments, if I may. I wanted to answer a question that was asked at the beginning of our conversation here today about when Miss Tracy said that this is really a men's issue, and how do men work with our fellow sisters or our allies in this field. I think the most important thing that we can do and remember as men is that this is our issue. I get that 100%, but we should never use our male privilege in overtaking the issue with the sisters or our allies that we work with. They've been working on this for decades. This is their issue, and we should come in to support them in any way that we can. So I wanted to make that clear. The other thing I wanted to mention also is that here is how an example of what men can do to support our sisters who are in this speaking here today, and our other ally sisters that we work with. As you think about what our young men go through in life, as they things that they're taught from movies, from the music that they listen to television, to conversations that they have with their friends. This is only sexual assault is really being taught at a younger age, and it's starting to get to a place in some communities where it's commonplace. I think the boys will be boys syndrome is inappropriate, and I'm here today as my role as an ally to these individuals today, that I challenge all of you men right now here today that you will never be a bystander when you see any kind of violence happening to anybody in your life or in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that comment.
I'm Christine Alders. I'm a social work student, and I'm currently working at UCASA, which is the Utah Coalition Against Sexual Assault. And I have a question for Miss Tracy. I was raped at Dixie, and my school didn't care. They didn't even comment to me about it. They were just like, your problem. And then my DA, who was the head DA at the time, told me that I caused my own wounds. And so I have a very similar story to you where, I was totally treated like crap. And so I was just wondering if you, at this point in your life, I don't like the word regret, but if you kind of feel like you shouldn't have gone to the police, or if there's decisions that you wish you would have done differently now that you're, years past the situation now.
Right. So first I want to applaud your courage for getting on the mic and sharing that with us. I know what that takes. Thank you. I've been on a mission of healing, of intentional healing over the last 2 years since coming forward with my story. The one thing I've really learned is, back in 1998, when I decided to I didn't drop the charge, I guess the DA did, I kind of did this thing where I believed what society told me. They said that time heals all wounds. And I thought, well, I'll just give it time. It'll go away. Unfortunately, this type of trauma does not go away. You literally have to face this monster head on. At some point, you have to. You will never get over it. And even facing it head on, you just learn to cope differently, right? You learn to be able to live a healthy, productive life, but it never really goes away. So looking back on things now, no, I don't think I would change anything. I think that I did what I was supposed to do as the victim of a crime. The system failed me. I did not fail myself or anyone else. The other thing I think is that for me, part of what's happened in my process of healing is that I recognize that had I received justice in 1998, had the wheels turned appropriately and everyone had done what they were supposed to do, and my rapist went to prison, I would have gotten justice for myself. But today, because of my story, I get justice for many. And having the honor of being a voice for others that may feel like they can't, understanding the trauma of other women, being able to relate and to empathize and to be a witness and to bear witness and to be to counsel and engage is a huge honor for me. And to be able to go out into the world and educate and battle against these attitudes and beliefs, I take a lot of pride in that. The hope that I can help an invisible population someday with my voice, or inspire someone else that would be that person that would change those things. I find great joy in that, and that has become my justice, because I didn't get justice the traditional way. So I find new ways to receive justice, and all of those things, even just being here today at a law symposium, telling my story and sharing my story, that's a little bit of justice for me and my story. So no, I wouldn't go back and change anything. I think that victims need police. We need DAs. We need all of these systems. And we're at the beginning of a movement, and people like me and other bystanders, we're going to have to take that leap of faith. We're going to have to step out, and we're going to have the courage to keep on working on this and keep inspiring others until we actually change what's happening.
We have time for just one or two more questions.
Okay, this is actually more of a comment. My name's Susan, and I'm just a member of the community. And I grew up Catholic, and I understand the institutional protections in a way that have existed. And I've also observed how society's perception as to who is the guilty party is shifting in the right way. Away from the actual victim being the guilty party and being perceived that way. There is a film being shown around town through the Utah Women Unite. It's called Equal Means Equal. It's also available on Netflix. It talks about the fact that the Equal Rights Amendment still has not been ratified by the number of states needed to pass it at a federal level. There's only 2 more states left. Nevada, I think, ratified in the last 2 weeks. And so it's so close. And one of the things about the words that are in that amendment are that no individual shall be discriminated based on sex. So to the extent that men are being victims as well, especially in a sexual context, that means that they deserve the same kind of equal treatment in due process. And so I think I've now seen the film twice. It's still just riveting. It's very informative and amazing and how much information is there and how little people understand about what women's rights are in context of that too. So no questions, just wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank you all for your willingness to come and present this symposium and tell your stories. I'm an academic, but I'm not in like law or philosophy or anything. I'm just like in the applied sciences. But I think I just wanted to stand up and say that I think we make a mistake when we say that we are teaching our men not to have empathy, that we're raising our young men to have no empathy. I actually think that men in our society have a lot of empathy, but it's directed at other men. The judge in the Brock Turner case had a lot of empathy for Brock Turner, but not for his victim. And in your case, Brenda, the community had a lot of empathy perhaps for the football players and for the people who had invested in the stadium, and no empathy for you. And I think that as a society, this isn't just a problem with the men. I think our whole society, we've been conditioned to have empathy for the men, for the hero in the white hat, for the cowboy, and not to, root for the Native Americans that are often the bad guys in our Western movies. And in fact, in all of our stories that we grow up reading and seeing in the movies and seeing on television, men are at the center of our stories. And so we learn to see the world through the eyes of men and to identify with men and to have empathy with men. And so I think that's why it's so important for women to speak out. And even if people say, don't tell your stories, we don't want to hear it, you shouldn't talk, go away, it's really important that we raise our voices anyway, because the more that people hear the stories of women and their real experiences, the more that we can, I think, as a society, begin to have empathy for others. So that's all. I guess the soapbox, not really a question.
Thank you. I think that's a great note to end on. I'd like to, in just a moment, hand the microphone over to Scott Phelan, who is the symposium editor for the Utah Law Review. But first, I'd like to once again thank our panelists for their presence at the conference and their talks today. Several of them will have articles published in the symposium issue of the Law Review, so I hope you'll take the time to read those, and if we could have a final round of applause for all our panelists.
Thank you all for that panel. That was wonderful. And thank you, everybody, to coming today. This concludes our symposium. I just want to make a couple of remarks, thank some people who made today possible. I'd like to thank all of you for attending. I hope you took something away from our symposium today. I'd like to thank all of the speakers who traveled here from all over the country to participate. We're truly blessed to have had you impart your knowledge on us. I'd like to thank the litigation section of the Utah State Bar for their generous sponsorship in making today possible. I'd also, again, like to acknowledge Ms. Tilton's foundation, her Utah organization, Talk to a Survivor. I hope some of you saw on our check-in desk, we had some flyers that talk about that foundation, and if you didn't see those, I encourage you to grab one on the way out. Special thanks to the following people. Without them, we could not have had the symposium today. Miriam Lovin, Kevin Carrillo, Scott Balderson, Dana Wilson, Janelle White, Melinda Rogers, Lance Finch, Kendra Brown, Cole Crowther, Maggie Spigot, Chris Monty, and Amy Painter. And most importantly, I would like to thank Professor Amos Giora. I've worked with Professor Giora for the past year and a half on this symposium, and I can tell you he worked extremely hard to make today possible. So thank you, Professor. As Professor Heiny mentioned, many of our speakers provided articles. They're not yet done being published, but they will be published in the summer. So stay tuned on our social media and look for those articles if you're interested. Thank you all for attending, and have a wonderful rest of your day.